Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports here on 710. SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, plus 97.3 HD2 and YouTube as well. We talk a lot about YouTube these days. It seems to be where a lot of you folks are. A lot of people want to watch the show. I don't know why entirely. I don't know that would be... you want to watch me do the show? It's just me. I'm just sitting here at least for an hour doing the show, and then, you can watch Brock. Like, is that what you want to do? You want to watch it? Okay, yeah, hey, come watch us. We're all into it. Please. Yeah, we're into the idea of you guys watching the show. And then, you can do that on YouTube, or you can listen whenever you want later on the podcast platforms. I did see this one, Lyle. This one's taking shots at you, but also likes you at the same time. This one was a little 5-star review on Apple Podcast. Love this show. Listen almost every day. Why is Salk so much louder than everyone else? I'm constantly turning the volume down on Salk and up on everyone else. So do you think that's that you just don't like what I have to say, so you turn it down? Or maybe we have a mixing issue. I don't know. And then finally, we need more Lyle. I absolutely love when he's a part of the show. More Lyle.
Oh, that's nice of him. Thank you.
He just wants you to do your mixing job better. Like mix the show, but then more of you.
I see.
Can we do that all at the same time? The Salk haters are out today, Lyle. I'll have you know. The Salk haters are out. The Blue Jays won, scored a bunch of runs, and the Salk haters have come out of their little caves. Let's see, 6:04 up in Canada. Not a big surprise. Rooting for the Blue Jays. The Mariners were better than the Blue Jays, Salk. Get your homer glasses off going forward. Bottom of the lineup, undisciplined hitting was always our kryptonite. Jeez, man. Clear as day before the M's-Jays series. World Series is confirming it. There's no way the Mariners would be doing what the Blue Jays are doing. Sad to say, and don't try to spin it any other way, just a fact. I don't want to, go through the definition of a fact, but that's, specifically not it. That's specifically the definition of what we call an opinion. I can spell it for you if you want. It starts with an O, O-P-I-N-I-O-N, not onion, opinion. It's like a fact, except it's not a fact. And in fact, it's not even a little bit like a fact. It's just like your opinion, man. That's it. My opinion is different from that. And I would say that I don't believe the Mariners-Blue Jays series confirmed anything about the bottom of the lineup. I don't think it confirmed anything about undisciplined hitting. I don't think it confirmed anything at all, other than that in Game 7, the Mariners lost by 1 run. You're telling me that the 1 run can be easily attributed back to an entire philosophical difference between the two teams? I'm sorry. I'm just not going to believe that, especially when those runs were scored on what? A home run. So, no, you're not going to get me to change my mind on that. Certainly not on the philosophical style differences between the two teams. And the idea of saying the Mariners would not be doing what the Blue Jays are doing, well, how do you know? Maybe the Mariners would have swept the Dodgers by now and they'd be done. Yeah, I don't want to hear that. I don't buy any of that. Not even a little bit. Not even a little. So, I'm going to maintain a lot of my opinions. I'm not going to just change them. Despite this text, Salk is such a moron. I'll leave the word in between out. And he's made it very clear it's not a bit, which makes it even funnier. Hey, Salk, I thought you said the Blue Jays will go with stunk. I didn't think I said they stink. I think I said they're not that good. And I still kind of believe it. But what they are, and it might be a little bit more valuable than good, is hot. They are red hot. Those bats have been red hot. They also get Bichette back, which obviously helps.
I mean, they were in first place in a tough division for most of the year.
Yeah.
It's not like they just suddenly started playing well.
Some of those guys are just kind of okay now. I just don't believe they're that good. They can win the World Series. I still won't believe they're that good.
This was you and the Rangers, too. I can't do it, Salk.
Why? Why can't you do it?
That the Rangers, teams that win the World Series aren't that good.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes, in a small sample size, weird things happen. The Rangers won their division by
But it's not that small of a sample size. It's a long season and then a 7-game series.
But, like, they're good enough to get into the postseason in what we know was the weakest American league any of us can remember. Yeah, all right, they got into the world. And I'm not saying they're, like, a bad team. They're not a cellar dweller. But, like, they're okay. Their pitching has been better in the postseason than I thought it would be, certainly. And the bottom of their lineup has gotten hot. I'll say it again. Go look at the numbers from the regular season. The Mariners had better numbers from the bottom of their lineup than the Blue Jays did.
Yeah, we talked about that. Those are much smaller sample size. Their guys all played over 100 games, and we had guys that played like 48.
But their numbers over 100 games were bad. You can't tell me
you
that.
Can't say you know that if Leo Rivas played a full season, his numbers would be as good.
I don't know that, but I know that the guys who played for the Blue Jays during the regular season all had OPS plus in and around under 100. Like, they were okay. They weren't very good. They were below average. They've been unbelievable in the postseason. And I just continue to believe that looking at the postseason is not necessarily a great gauge of who the best team is. It's who shows up in those moments. You think the Blue Jays were, like, definitively better than the Yankees? I think they were better.
They were 4th in runs scored and 3rd in team OPS this year. They're a good offense.
They're good. Yeah, it's okay.
And I'm not agreeing with that texter that the Mariners might not have been able to hold their own. I just think the Blue Jays are good.
They were definitely better than I thought they would be, and they've been better here in the postseason. But I'm not going to give them, like, elite status. They've been good, and everybody comes out of the woodwork every time they win as if that one game proves everything, and it doesn't. Where were they the day before? Where were all these texts when the Blue Jays lost? I only see them when the Blue Jays win, and that's just sort of my point. It is not about me. It's not about the Blue Jays. It's not about the Mariners. It's not about any of this. It's about this absolutely bizarre idea that you're going to watch a baseball game and come away with a conclusion about a baseball philosophy. It couldn't be more absurd. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, well, this happened in this game, so let me tell you, that proves my point. Like, no, doesn't prove your point. It's a baseball game. They happen constantly, and they're always changing. So, yeah, I don't know. I watched that Blue Jays team, and some of those guys are better than I would have guessed. That's for sure. I did not know Addison Barger that dude could play for me anytime. I've been super impressed by Barger. Ernie Clement? Like, I'm supposed to believe that this career, bouncing around, you want to talk about an actual journeyman. Ernie Clement is a journeyman. He's actually a journeyman. And now, for the first time in his career, he's having some success. If he has it for a few more years, I'll believe in it. Right now, he's like Mitch Garver was a couple of years ago. Hot at the right time. Cool. Great to have. Super helpful if you're trying to win a World Series. And the Blue Jays may very well do that. But I don't know whether I'm going to sit here and, like, try to rebuild more like the Blue Jays. Like, no thanks. I don't know. They're fine. Pitching's been a little better than I thought. I'll tell you who's been better than I thought is Bieber. He's been a lot better than I thought he would be. Coming off of the injury, obviously didn't do a whole lot during the regular season. I did not think he had this in him. And he's been awesome. He's been really good. What they do better is contact. Well, I think we've gone over that more than enough times. Like, I'm not that impressed by contact. I think it's fine. Again, I'm not looking for no one to hit the ball and play. Contact's great. But building a whole world around contact is again, to me, a fool's errand. Just an absolutely fool's errand. So that's what I got for you guys this morning. We got a whole lot more to do over the course of the day. We got numbers. We got contract predictions. I don't know whether to believe them or not, but what I like about them is that they are a really nice start to a conversation about what the offseason could look like. We got 20 names on here, 20 top free agents. And I got like 4 or 5 that I think are, conversations for the Mariners. I think I got 2 hitters, 2 pitchers on here. No, it might just be 3 pitchers, 2 and 1 hitter. Kind of interesting. I didn't think I would go in that direction, but just looking at who's available, that does sort of come up. And then, of course, Joel Klatt's going to join us today, as he does on Wednesdays. And our friend Shannon Drayer is going to be in town. She's going to be in studio, I should say, not just in town. She'll be in studio right here with us at 9:30. I'll just say this one last time, just to finish off on the Blue Jays. They're good. I still believe that the Mariners have a better roster than the Blue Jays do. And looking at what happened in that series, does not convince me otherwise. Did they win? No. In a 7-game series, they lost Game 7 by 1 run because of a managerial decision that brought in the wrong pitcher. And I really do believe, my opinion, that if that had not happened, the Mariners win that series. And we're not talking about the Blue Jays or their contact or any of that stuff, because the Mariners are playing the Dodgers right now in the World Series, and we'll see what happens. So I'm not going to get too caught up. If we all seem to agree, many of us agree that it was a baseball decision, an in-game decision made that cost the Mariners in Game 7. How do you then turn around and say, well, what that really shows is that contact wins? Like, no, I don't know whether it shows that at all. We'll be right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rierecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with 0 investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167 without a Good to Go account, you'll now receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. A Good to Go pass saves $2 on every toll. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Hey, Doc. Nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Your time is money, so why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, a day later, a much different scene in Los Angeles. The Blue Jays just kind of took care of business. Shohei, good on the mound, but mortal. Vlad, anything but. He was awesome.
There's a fly ball to deep left center field. Headed back there. It is gone. Vlad Jr. gives the Jays the lead. The franchise face putting the team on his back.
What Vlad has done here in the postseason is really superhuman. I mean, as much as we talked about Ohtani the night before, Vlad has just been such a consistent presence. Feels like every single night, coming up with multiple hits in that lineup. He has been awesome, living up to that contract and more. And he got some help last night. Bichette came up big. Barger once again. This Ernie Clement dude, who is truly a journeyman, has been ridiculous. And then Lucas had a nice night as well. They finish in L.A. tonight. Trey Yesavich against Blake Snell, kind of reprising that Game 1 start. We'll see if Snell is better than he was in Game 1, where he just got shellacked. As for... this one's great. As for the Mariners, what do we make of this post here from Josh Naylor? So he commented on Cal Raleigh's end of the season post and said, this is on what, Instagram? This is an Instagram thing? Instagram. He says, quote, "My neck still hurts, but it was worth it all. See you around, my friend. We'll always be rooting for you. Godspeed." Panic? Is everybody panicked? Does this mean Naylor doesn't want to come back? Is he out? Is he done? Is it history? I don't know. I'm not going to read too much into this. Like, might be messing around, right? They could just be he and Cal having fun. Might just be I'll see you, like, you know, after the offseason. Or also, I'm a free agent, and I don't know what's going to happen yet, so we'll see. I don't see it as like he's made up his mind and he wants to leave.
Yeah, also, he's made up his mind before free agency started.
Right.
That doesn't seem right.
Like, the one thing I know is I'm not going to be in Seattle. That doesn't fit with everything else he said. Now, could he be negotiating a little bit through the media, through Instagram? Sure. Wouldn't be the first guy to do it. Maybe his agent said, hey, drop a little post and stir up a little panic. Wouldn't be the first. Probably won't be the last. We'll see where this goes here in the next couple of weeks.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, under a week to go here before the NFL trade deadline on Tuesday. Seahawks have certainly put themselves in position to acquire help. They sit tied for first in the division. 2 games coming up against the Rams, which will be huge, play a huge role in deciding who ends up winning this division. Priority 1, though, if you're looking at the deadline, has to be right guard. Daniel Jeremiah joining us yesterday made that very clear.
So I went back and I watched a lot of Anthony Bradford, including all of his pressures that he's allowed. Not good. It was tough. And I tried to categorize them when I was doing it. I was charting them and going through it. And I was saying, okay, so there's different ways you can get beat. A guy can, change your direction. A guy could cross your face. Okay, that's an issue. You could have a mental error where you're not seeing a twist or you're not picking things up. So it's a little bit of a mental bust. So he has a couple of each of those. You have some like on the edges where guys just kind of beat you right off the snap, off the edge a little bit. There was 3 of those. Man, I had 9 of those pressures were just pure power, or him just lunging and ducking his head and getting beat right now. And that's the worst way you can lose as an interior offensive lineman.
Yeah, so that's not exactly a ringing endorsement for what the Seahawks are getting at right guard. And strange, too, to get beat with power, given that's like the one thing he should bring to the table. He's such a massive, strong human being. So, yeah, that is certainly concerning. What do you do about it? Well, that's where it becomes a little bit more challenging. There just aren't a ton of options. Hawk blogger, our buddy, Brian Nemhauser, brought up 3 names, Joe Bitonio, Miles Teller, Kevin Zeitler, all familiar ones. We've heard those before and kind of talked about them as fits potentially in Seattle. Here's a new name, though. Bradley Locker of Pro Football Focus made the suggestion. Tennessee guard Peter Skorinsky, only in his 3rd year. Not sure if the Titans really want to be in the business of dealing good young players, but it's certainly intriguing. Probably have to give something up to get them. Hawks did make a small deal yesterday, signed returner Velus Jones Jr., who had been in New Orleans to help with their kick return game.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, Kraken just keep on finding ways to get a point at least in the standings after a couple of late collapses, right, where they were up in the last couple minutes but then settled for overtime after giving up a late goal. This time it went exactly the opposite. They were down 3-0 with about 14 minutes left to Montreal, and then they just turned it on. Brandon Montour scored, then Shane Wright scored, and then with under 2 minutes, it was Montour again.
Now Vince Dunn again. One-timer, Montour, he scores! Hey, what do you say? Brandon Montour!
As always, the great John Forsland with the call on the Kraken Hockey Network, and that got them to OT. They get the point, but lost in OT on a second goal from Caulfield. So, anyway, I'll take it, man. They get a point. They don't just lie down and lose, which we saw way too often last year. They battled back even from a 3-goal deficit in the last 15 minutes. So, good news there. They are off until Saturday now when the Rangers are in town. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. They got a guy on that Canadian team. He's been around for a couple of years who might have the most interestingly spelled name I think I've ever seen. How would you pronounce this? Lyle, you ready? You want to try to be the pronunciation leader?
Sure.
Okay. Xhekaj. Xhekaj. I don't know the answer to this, by the way. I just know he plays for Montreal.
Is the X silent?
I don't know. Isn't that a tremendous name?
I just looked it up and it says Jack-Eye.
Jack-Eye?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. What a tremendous spelling of a name. I believe he's like half Serbian, half, I want to say Albanian? Czech. There might be some Czech in there. Either way. Say it again. Jack-Eye?
Yeah, it says Jaka-I.
Love it.
The pronunciation.
Xhek. I've never seen a name start with XH. I've never really seen those 2 consonants together. So there you go. Xhekaj. Another reason why hockey's the best. All right. DJ was awesome. Daniel Jeremiah gave us a ton to go on yesterday. In fact, we came back to a few things that he said, and we probably have more for later today. So pretty good primer on where the Seahawks are at, where they're going next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. Good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Eamon-Wari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, look, the simple truth is retirement is such a big deal. I had the day off on Monday. You know what I was thinking about? Retirement. Like, this is what my life could be one day. Playing golf, just enjoying myself in the sunshine, but you can't just decide on a whim to retire, right? You got to plan for it well in advance. Trajan Wealth can help. They can help you build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and circumstances. So if you're interested in wealth management that's designed to protect, maintain, and most importantly, expand your financial portfolio, Trajan Wealth understands the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights that are all for your personal risk tolerance. They're fiduciaries, and that means that they know a lot of, they have to do the right thing. They also know that no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well, which I find super confusing. So let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. Call them today at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300, or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Veterans Day is a moment where we express gratitude towards the folks who have served on our behalf, our veterans. And Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates veterans of all branches and their families on Veterans Day and every day of the year. They serve over 2 million veterans, and as a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. Become a member at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education, with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 9th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 28th through November 3rd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, going to wrap up our day, Brock, with Daniel Jeremiah, the great DJ who joins us weekly, and great opportunity to talk some football, but also other things. Did you stay up late, hate watching the Dodgers?
I hate watched it for 17 innings. And then, and I'm like, I think you could have played 30 innings. Toronto wasn't going to score. They had so many guys out of the lineup. I mean, Springer gets hurt, then they pinch run for the little stubby catcher, and then you get, I think there were two other guys. Barger, I think, was out. I mean, the lineup was. It's like you got, has Vlad come up? He doesn't come up for 2 more innings. Okay, well they got no shot until he comes up. So it was. Trust me, I've just seen so much of the Dodgers over the years. I knew how that was going to end. I made it 17 innings, and then decided to go to bed and wake up and see the news.
What would you counsel Mariner fans? Where do you fall in this, DJ? Yeah. Do you root for the team that beats you, or do you want that team that beats you to get the snot kicked out of them?
I think you recognize the Dodgers for the evil that they are, no matter who knocked you out of the playoffs. And you have to root against them.
Had a feeling.
Look, I don't know how to take my fan hat off on that one. I mean, I don't know. I think it's all loser talk. I mean, I've seen the Padres when they got knocked out of the playoffs by the Dodgers. Dodgers go on to win the World Series, and the Dodgers go on this media tour after where they're making fun of the Yankees defense and then saying that they knew once they beat the Padres that was the World Series. So I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't do anything for me. And then I've seen it when we lost to the Phillies, and then the Phillies go and blow it later on in the playoffs. So it doesn't matter. That's what it is. But I will say this: I do think I'm coming away with some baseball theories that I'm curious to see if you guys think it translates to other sports. Which is, there's almost like two different things. There's regular season sport, and then there's the playoff version. And I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can mimic what playoff sports is all about until you're in it. So the whole goal as a franchise is let's get in there every single year, and then hopefully one of these years you get a bounce or you get some breaks, and then you go from there. But the experience is massive.
So what you just said is what Jerry DiPoto tried to say a few years ago. That teams that win,
when he talked about the percentage.
Yes. Yeah. When he said teams that win 54% of their games tend to make the postseason almost every year, and once you get in, then you got an opportunity to go win. He didn't necessarily phrase it the way you just did, and it got taken a little bit out of context, I think, and people said, wait, you're only trying to win 54%? He's like, no, but if you can keep that as a baseline, you're going to give yourself a chance to win every year. But I think that is true to an extent in baseball. I think it's true to an extent in hockey. I don't think that's true in basketball or football.
I don't think you know what you need in the postseason unless you're in the postseason. It's almost like it's an X-ray machine for your organization to get into the playoffs. And it's like, okay, well, we need some of this. Maybe we rebuild a little bit based off of that.
But I don't think that's true as much in the NFL or in the NBA. Like, you got to be one of the best teams in the league 9 years out of 10 in order to win in those two leagues, don't you?
I mean, I think it is. I think it is a little bit different. I just think that maybe it's just because the pace of football is so different than baseball, where I feel like baseball, that the pressure mounts a lot more than it does in a football game. Football game is just moving. You start the game and you're going. Whereas every at bat is 3 deep breaths, and it looks like these guys are ready to have a panic attack when they're up there. I don't think you can mimic that unless you've just had a bunch of at bats in the playoffs.
I got a good buddy, and I think he's probably listening right now, that's texted me multitude of times over the playoff run, and he says along those lines, DJ, like it's like these golfers. They can win tournaments, but go play in the Ryder Cup, and they just turtle. Go play in the Masters with the lead, and they just turtle. Like, they're really great in their process and their tournaments, but you ramp up the pressure, and some aren't capable of handling that pressure in those moments like they are in the regular season. And I do wonder if there's some of that. I mean, we watched guys for the Mariners who had great second halves who just could not function in the playoffs, look like totally different players. So I wonder if that's an element of as well.
Yeah, I think you could almost just look at last night's game as the microcosm too, though, which is, that game ends earlier, and Freddie Freeman's 1 for 6 or something,
right?
And you're like, oh, he didn't meet the moment. Well, no, what happened was he just kept getting so many more opportunities. Eventually, he got the opportunity, he cashed it in. So, I mean, I think that's a little bit of it.
Well, and those guys, similarly, right? I understand what you're saying, because I've said something similar. Like, all right, if your 7, 8, 9 guys didn't perform well in the postseason, is it because they weren't good enough, or because they were cold for those 2 weeks? Like, I don't know how we know.
That's why to me, like I was take it back to the Padres side of things, but people were crushing Fernando Tatis because he was terrible in the playoffs. And I'm like, okay, well, previously he was like a 500 hitter. Last year in the playoffs, he was the best player in the series with the Dodgers. And then he played he had 3 down games against the Cubs. Ohtani had won a whole series and didn't do anything. And now it looks like he can't make an out. So is he the most clutch, best player in the history of mankind, which we're seeing in front of our eyes, or is he the guy who couldn't hit in the previous series?
DJ, did you have posters growing up?
There.
You have posters in your room growing up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I could see that. Damon had the most amazing room. And a little humble abode that I grew up in that Salk likes to make fun of, 1,100 square feet. Damon had his room. Luke and I shared a bunk
Brock's
bed.
double wide that he likes to talk about. He could barely.
And then when Damon graduated, I got to move into his room. I kept the Elway, the Marino, the Field Generals posters, the Land of Boz, all of them. But the Bo Knows one, right, with the bat and the shoulder pad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We got in a conversation earlier. Is Shohei the greatest athlete this century, and should we be making more comparisons to Bo Jackson?
I struggle with the athlete word with him. I mean, I think he's the greatest baseball player that I've ever seen and probably will ever see. Nobody can do that. I think of athlete, I know he can run, but he doesn't play defense. And I look at Bo Jackson and I just think of everything that he could physically do. And I just think of him as athlete, football player, baseball player, but just athlete. Whereas Shohei, I think of, he's a physical freak who's a phenomenal baseball player.
Does it change if the question is he the best pro athlete we've ever seen? Because pro athlete, I think we use as more of like a catch-all term for everyone who plays sports professionally, as opposed to who's the most athletic.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Just when I hear most athletic, I just think of I just think of Michael Jordan and how you move, and Bo Jackson, how they moved. And I just think Shohei's a big, strong, powerful, engine, that he is out there on the
greatest
field.
athlete you've ever scouted. Greatest athlete you've ever scouted in your 20 years of doing it.
Greatest athlete I've ever scouted. I would say Calvin Johnson's pretty high up there. I mean, I just remember seeing him move and thinking you're not supposed to move like that at that size and not have any stiffness to you at all. Like, he was pretty incredible.
All right, let's talk some football, DJ. And don't, I know what the easy answer to this question is, so don't give me the easy answer, okay?
Okay.
In the last 3 weeks, the Seahawks in the ESPN Power Rankings have gone from 8th to 9th to 11th. During that span, they're 1-0, where their defense put an absolute whooping on the Houston Texans. Without saying, well, power rankings are dumb, and it's just like, without that, because I know that's true. Why are they slipping in the power rankings when they feel like they're getting better and better, and people should be recognizing this?
I think power rankings are about the stage as much as they are about the team. I think it's who's on the bigger stage at that moment, who's caught the most eyeballs with what they've done. And to me, like, one of the compliments you could give a team is that they can be boringly good. Like, you can dominate and not be on center stage and not have everybody, watching it, and it can kind of slip under the radar. I just think power rankings are about what grabs your attention, and that's where you see the fluctuations, with some teams vaulting up over others. So that's just my take on it. I did do some homework, by the way, for you, Salk. We had this conversation about the trading Rick Woolen.
Oh, yeah.
And if you could get a guard. So I said, okay, I need to see how desperate the need is. So I went back and I watched a lot of Anthony Bradford, including all of his pressures that he's allowed. Not good. It was tough. And I tried to categorize them when I was charting them and going through it. And I was saying, okay, so there's different ways you can get beat. A guy can, change a direction. A guy could cross your face. Okay, that's an issue. You could have a mental error where you're not seeing a twist, or you're not picking things up. So it's a little bit of a mental bust. So he has a couple of each of those. You have some like on the edges where guys just kind of beat you right off the snap, off the edge a little bit. There was 3 of those. But man, I had 6. If you add them all together, it was 9 of those pressures were just pure power, or him just lunging and ducking his head and getting beat right now. And that's the worst way you can lose as an interior offensive lineman. Compare that. Let me look at Gray Zabel's, because Gray Zabel, I think, was second on the team with pressures. And when you watch his pressures, he's attached at all times. Some of them I think shouldn't even be labeled as pressures. But if he loses late. There was some mental errors early in the season, which he cleaned up as you were going through it. But there's different ways to lose is what I'm getting at, and he is losing a way that's no bueno going forward. So I would agree with you and see that as maybe a little bit more of an aggressive move to try and shore up that position.
And is anything going to be available? I mean, that's always the part of it, right? We do this all the time, and in baseball, especially in the off season and through the trade deadlines where there is so much more activity. Do you get any sense now, 1 week away, that then there is a solution on the other side of that equation?
I think and I don't know the names, but I think there's opportunities to try. And I think there's some that you can get for minimal, on some bad teams, take a shot. I'll be honest with you, that doing the Charger games, if you'd have told me before the season that Bobby Hart was going to be starting games at right tackle, I would have said, oh man, the sky is falling. Like he's their 6th offensive tackle that they've played in this year. And he hadn't played in a couple years. And I'm watching him every week and I'm going, he's hanging in there. He's hanging in there. He's actually played decent football, played solid football, more than decent. And I'm like, sometimes you got to just give other guys a chance. If you know what you have is not good enough, then you could say, okay, we're trying to find this great upgrade. Well, maybe just somebody new environment, new coach, and maybe you land on something there.
When you were going through the guards, and thank you for doing that, I appreciate it. That's awesome.
That's the kind of love.
Appreciate
that I have
it.
for you.
I appreciate it. And unfortunately, we showed you so much love last week that I think it worked against us. I'll get to that here, or against you, really. I'll get to that in a moment.
Oh boy.
As you were watching the guards, did you notice anything at center? Like, were you able to pick? Okay, so you have to really focus on one person at a time.
I was locked in on those 2 guys.
I'm just sort of curious. Like, it's so interesting watching this team. Like, the one thing they really wanted to get better at this offseason was running the ball. It's the one thing they haven't gotten better at, and yet everything else they've gotten better at, which is awesome. Yeah. And it sort of really made up for it. We were spending some time earlier talking about the absence of DK Metcalf maybe being part of the reason that JSN has blossomed this year the way he has. Not that it hadn't started before this season, but I wonder how much like being relied on to be the number 1 guy as opposed to maybe having to defer to someone like DK I wonder how important that is for the development of a player like him.
I think that's interesting.
Here's the comp. The comp I was making earlier is like every NBA team has a top scorer. Everyone's got somebody who scores 25 a game, even the bad teams. But if your 25-point-a-game scorer isn't as good as my 25-point-a-game scorer, you're not going to be as good. And maybe JSN is a better lead guy than DK Metcalf is, or at least for this team and this fit, maybe it allows him more space to grow into being that player.
Yeah, I think you kind of open the lane, so to speak, and then see what you can do with it once you've had that lane. If you're thinking about an analogy kind of running around a track, you kind of open up that inside lane and see how fast you can go when you get down there. And he's been excellent. I thought you were going to go somewhere with the run game when you were talking about that, because I was curious a little bit of what they're doing, because you talk about that being a little bit disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
So I watched all their explosive runs, and then I pulled up all their stats. So they're 60% inside zone, outside zone, which isn't a surprise with Kubiak, with what they're doing there. And you'll see some lead stuff in there with the fullback. I wish they would run more, pin and pull stuff and toss and get him out on the perimeter. They had a couple of those that have popped. I'd like to see some more of that going forward. But I was curious how that would compare to Indy, just with Jonathan Taylor, looking at what he's done and how successful he's been with that group. And it's a little bit of a different makeup of that offensive line, but they're 37% inside zone, outside zone. So there's different ways to do it. And that definitely is their scheme. But you'll see, like, Indy runs more traps. There's some creativity and some variety in how they kind of put their whole run game together.
I just shot you a text. Did we play the DJ Open? Did we, Lyle? Were we able to fire?
Was that a one and done?
Oh no, I hope not.
No. Marquis Dad is all in on you, DJ.
They're all in on DJ.
By the way, what went bad for me?
I'll tell you here,
it plays into the Open.
It does play into it.
If we want to fire the Open,
I feel bad about this because we were trying to do you a solid. Honestly, like, this is legit. Okay. We were trying to do you a favor, and I feel like it backfired. So yeah, let's play the DJ Open so we know what we're doing here.
He's Daniel Jeremiah.
I think he's really, really good.
And he's with Brock and Salk every week during the NFL season.
He could win an MVP.
Daniel's really smart. Daniel's probably the best in the business.
It's time for the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
All right, so you heard that sound from Joel Klatt saying best in the business. So we had Joel on after we talked to you last week, and we're saying, hey, DJ made this great point last week. I think I said it of like, when your bigs run and your littles tackle, it really puts you in a great position to succeed, and how you were all excited about it.
Your conviction of your team, all of it's great.
And so we told Joel about that, and he waxed poetically about that for a little while, which was great. And then, unbeknownst to me, and I feel bad, Brock was the only one who heard this. Brock
I was watching.
I guess on Saturday, during the
second quarter, Indiana's, I think at this point, 35-0 thrashing UCLA.
He straight up dropped your line without any credit.
Yep.
Did you have audio of it or no?
I don't know. I don't think there is audio. I don't think anybody watches those games, so I don't think there's any audio of it.
Can I tell you the backstory?
Oh boy.
So I talked to Klatt last week on the phone, and I told him about that thing. We had that conversation, so I think he got it from Mark. I told him, and he said, "Oh, that's great. That's great. Really cool." And then he asked me, "Can you come on my podcast?" And I said, "I'm a little busy, but feel free to use that line on the air."
Oh, okay, good.
Yes.
So he's a man of integrity. He, and I don't need attribution. We're just trying to put good. We're trying to create little things and get, like, trust our eyes, trust our guys. Like, these are our unique little things. We just want them to catch on.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping it would be like, I heard that from Daniel Jeremiah on the Brock and Salk show. I mean, like, right? It was really about us. I mean, like, you were an unwitting participant.
But make no mistake, still bust him the next time that he comes on.
Yeah, we will.
In between his push-ups, just see if you can get
It'll be tomorrow at 8:30. We'll have that conversation with him. Yeah.
There you go.
You know what else was fun, DJ? We had Hasselback on yesterday, and he went further into depth of what this system is doing. And we kind of did our midseason takeaways. And it's not quite midseason, but it is for the Seahawks coming off of their bye. And I'd be curious from your optics. This is our 7th show or 8th show this year. I'm just kind of curious if you were to give your 2 biggest first half takeaways, 2 or 3, of the Seahawks through 7 games and heading into Sunday Night Football, what would be atop Daniel Jeremiah's list?
Number 1 would be Salk was way wrong on that one practice observation of Sam Darnold during training camp, and he is more than fine and an upgrade over what they had previously at the quarterback position. They're set. They're in a good spot there. So that would be the first one. And then the next one would be I think you're seeing this defense kind of really, really emerge. And to me, it's it's just the sum of guys that they have, the depth of guys that they have that they can roll out there. Those would be kind of my 2 takeaways. Quarterbacks playing really well. Obviously JSN is a headliner, but I think to me, the more important thing is that Sam is established himself in a consistent way. And then to me, it's just that front. So many guys that can roll through there.
I'd agree with all that. To be honest, I'm no joke. I would agree with you. I was absolutely wrong. Well, not with what I saw that day. He was not good that day. But in terms of trying to read too much into it, yes, he's a clear upgrade over Geno Smith. And that was something I really, really like. I was gung-ho on moving on from Geno. And what Darnold has done has been tremendous, man. It has really been fun to watch, his ascension and just his fit. You guys have talked about fit a lot. It just feels like he fits very well with what Kubiak wants to do.
Yeah, and we've used this word on here every week, and Brock just mentioned it a minute ago, but when you've got a quarterback playing with conviction, and you can live with a mistake here or there, but man, he's playing with absolute trust and conviction. That's a fun place to build your offense from. You see it around the league with other guys who don't have that, and it makes it very challenging.
Hey, real quick, what's going on with the Commanders? That's what you're going to see on Sunday. Like, they're supposed to be good. They're not. What's happened there?
Well, I think last year, and I think you're going to see it a little bit this year. I was talking with Brian Baldinger about this, that, man, sometimes the schedule in the NFL right now, just with the way it is, with some teams being down, like last year it lined up beautifully for them. I mean, the Patriots are having a great year right now, but look at their schedule and look at what's it lined up for them perfectly. They squeezed everything out of a lot of rental 1-year veterans last year that all kind of found a way to have a year above what was expected from them. So I think they were just way ahead of schedule with what they accomplished last year. And then you get Jaden Daniels, who hasn't been out there, hasn't been healthy. And, the biggest takeaway from me is that if you look at their drafts before, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn got there the previous 4 years, I mean, there's no core. They had been so bad drafting that the guts of that place was not in a good spot. So they bring in all these outside rentals, and it all worked for them last year. The schedule lined up, the quarterback was healthy, and I just think that was kind of a genie in a bottle type thing last year. And you're seeing this is probably more the normal course you would take with where they were.
We only got about a minute or so here, and where maybe Salk's projection was a little wrong on Sam, and that's fine. You were absolutely right, Salk, early on in reading Mike McDonald and how much he liked this team. And we've said it to him 2 or 4 times over the last month or so. You just feel like you like this team. He kind of hinted at it yesterday, talking about the conviction they have. But he's got a term, and it wasn't his term, DJ. And I'm just curious how important you think this is. It was the locker room that came up with mob ties. Mission over BS. And
interesting.
Yep, mission over all the other stuff. And I don't know how you quantify that, characterize that, and even from your optics, if you can see it through the game tape watching these guys this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think they play unselfishly, and that goes back to, the line that Joel stole from me. But that's just that's how they play. They play as a collective in a passion about what they do, just try and do your job, not somebody else's, discipline from that standpoint. I think I just wrote that down. I really actually like that, mission over BS, but that's a very fair.
No, it's mob ties. It actually originated with Chauncey Billups. And then the Seahawks ended up taking it and using it for themselves. All right.
So hey, by the way, we had in the pregame, we had a break in it, and Money was doing a hit back into his radio show because it was a Thursday with Petros. And I literally hopped on. I grabbed the phone from him and I said, "Petros, we still on for cards tonight?"
Good stuff from Daniel Jeremiah, who does join us on Tuesdays, and with Jeff Passan now fading off as baseball season comes to an end. DJ, I think we'll go back to doing 8:30 on Tuesdays. We'll replay on Wednesday morning. Joel Klatt's going to join us later today for our weekly chat with him as well. That's at 8:30 today. Shannon a little bit later at 9:30 as well. All right. God, Maura, you sent over some sound, as you always do, the sound hound doing her thing. And one piece of sound really jumped out to me because I heard it, and it's like somebody made this just for me. Like, it's like someone knew me and was like, hey, you know what would be great? Let's mess with Salk a little bit. So that's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Sean Payton is a bully.
Bump and Stacy.
He went out, tried to bully Russell Wilson on the low.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't care how you feel about Russell Wilson. I think that Sean Payton, he saw an opportunity to take shots at a guy that he felt like wasn't going to say anything back to him. I've heard that he's a decent guy, but in that moment, that was some bully activity right there. Russell, I'm proud of you. Clapped back at him and called out some facts, too. So I'm proud of Russell in that moment.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You
You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-266-3845. Again, that's 800-266-3845. 800-266-3845.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Hi, Brock. Good morning.
Oh, that Ohtani guy, he sucks. All that talk yesterday about Bo Jackson, what an idiot.
Yeah. That must be it.
He's terrible.
So, the Soundhound's been doing her thing, Brock.
Yeah, she's been busy.
As she does.
You trying to get me to bark in the first 30 seconds?
No, I don't need you to bark. But the Soundhound has been doing her thing. And
does it surprise you we have a personnel group called Hippo?
No.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
And guess what I got to do every practice? I get to make the hippo sound, and the dudes just love it.
They do?
I
guess that's what separates me from a group of 17-year-old boys.
Coach calls
I don't
hippo.
love it at all.
Coach calls hippo. They all look to me. All right, come on, Coach.
That's your big moment.
Oh, yeah, it's big. It's big time.
Wow, it's a good thing they've got you on staff. I can see the value you're bringing.
Hey, man, everybody's got
to
a role.
This program.
Essential roles. There's no non-essential coach. All right.
I'm not going to get distracted by this. Brock, we've got something important to talk about today because the Soundhound went out there and sniffed out some sound that is right up my alley. It's as if she was looking for something that would just get my gears turning this morning.
Have we decided what breed she is? What kind of hound she is?
I'm not going to go down that road. I'm just going to. She's the sound breed, Brock. Let's just go with Soundhound.
Which is the breed of dog that
would you let me play this Adam Schefter sound? For God's sake, shut up.
Is there a move coming that nobody can see right now? Is there some kind of big name floating out there that the media has missed, whose name has not been out there, who all of a sudden is traded right before the deadline? Sometimes that happens. All of a sudden, a name creeps up. I'm like, ooh, I didn't know that this guy was going to be dealt. Chase Young a couple of years ago when Washington traded him to San Francisco. There's usually like a name that, for all the talk that we've had about the Saints receivers and the players in the Titans roster and Kyle Duggar and all these moves, there's one name like, whoa.
All right. Well, thanks, Schefter. I love that he doesn't provide any context to that whatsoever, which is amazing because usually, as you know, Schefter does not like to speculate. He does not like to opine. He does not want to give anything that he hasn't heard specifically from one of his many, many, many sources. So the fact that he even brings that up tells me, because Adam doesn't have thoughts of his own. He has thoughts that other people have given him. So that is a sign to me that there are at least some other, big names out there floating around that could get dealt at the deadline. Because Adam just doesn't opine like that. He wouldn't be like, hey, it would be kind of fun. Like, that's just not who he is.
No.
So somebody has told him there are some big names. He's not willing to release them yet, obviously. Somebody's probably given him what those names are, but he doesn't want to say it yet for whatever reason. But we are under a week from the trade deadline, Brock. Could there be a big name moved? And when big names move, John Schneider should always be looked at because he's a possibility to try to acquire one.
Because he's a deal maker. Yeah, he's a deal maker. He's got a lot of relationship with a lot of teams in this league, much like the Mariners and Jerry and Justin have cultivated over their time and tenure and leadership. And also, I would add, maybe for the first time, we can have this discussion because we are a week away from the deadline, less than that. What is this team, much like the Mariners? What did the Mariners tell Jerry and Justin in June and July? What did they tell them after getting swept in New York and then sweeping away the Tigers with Skubal and everything? And what did they say? Come on, get us some reinforcements. Get us some help. I was a little reticent, in the offseason, and we talked about the move for maybe, some of these guys in preseason like Hendricks and Salk, and you were all in. And I was like, well, don't we got to kind of figure out what we are? Don't we kind of have to see this iteration and this team? And now we've seen them for 7 weeks. What is this team telling John Schneider and Trent Kirshner and Jody Allen? And right, what are they saying? I think they're saying we're pretty good. We're pretty good. And can there be a piece here that can make us great? And if so, go get it done. And by the way, you got cash. You got cash on hand too.
So what does that look like, right? Do you look to shore up a weakness, or do you look to improve a strength? And that, I'm going to ask Joel Klatt that question later today when he joins us at 8:30. I think we know what the big weakness is. If you're looking to fill a weakness, it's right guard. And DJ made that very clear yesterday talking about the Bradford tape. I'll play that again, that sound coming up in about 10, 15 minutes here in Need to Know. But then he said there will be some guards out there.
I think there's opportunities to try, and I think there's some that you can get for minimal, on some bad teams. Take a shot. I'll be honest with you, that doing the Charger games, if you'd have told me before the season that Bobby Hart was going to be starting games at right tackle, I would have said, oh man, the sky is falling. Like he's their 6th offensive tackle that they've played in this year. And he hadn't played in a couple years. And I'm watching him every week and I'm going, he's hanging in there. He's actually played decent football, played solid football, more than decent. And I'm like, sometimes you got to just give other guys a chance. If you know what you have is not good enough, and you could say, okay, we're trying to find this great upgrade. Well, maybe just somebody new environment, new coach.
Yeah, so I don't know what that looks like. There's some names, and we'll discuss them, Brock. But you can go down that road and say, hey, Anthony Bradford's the problem. Right guard is not right. Center is not perfect. How do we go try to fix our biggest hole? Or you could say this defense is really good, top 5 good. Let's make it number 1. Let's go get a second linebacker that can run all over the place and hit. Let's go get, another edge rusher that's just going to come off screaming and dominant. Like, which direction do you go?
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to lean on, and probably, again, the perspective of coaching this year. If I can elevate my floor, right, if I can really take care of the weakness, then that's going to help. That's going to help my offense. It's going to help my run game. It's going to help Sam. It's going to help kind of alleviate the burden of, okay, come on, Abe, pick up the spot there for Anthony. And Abe, you got to be so good because, we're kind of vulnerable on that side. So I probably lean a little more in my nature to that. Can we fix, the something there? Now, is that an immediate fix? Is Wyatt Teller or some of these veteran guard, is that much of an upgrade? Can he just slide? You better have somebody that's got a lot of time on task in the system. I'll tell you that, because there's a whole bunch of detail. And to think that they're just going to come in if they've been in a gap scheme or a power scheme in college and the NFL, and they've never done this stuff, they've never worked in this kind of dance. I think that eliminates maybe a bunch of even talented players, because you've got to have somebody that understands this language, Salk, and can walk in right away and understand your Latin phrases.
So if you want to go out and get,
Yiddish.
help your floor, did you say Yiddish? If you want to go help the floor, like you bring in a whole new mishpucha, is that what you want to do? Brock,
I love it when you do that.
If you want to bring up the floor, it probably doesn't cost that much, right? Like Joe Bitonio, what's that going to cost? 6th round pick?
Right.
I mean, that really shouldn't cost you all that much, and it's a short-term fix at right guard. In no way should that prevent you from doing what Schefter talked about, which is going after one of these big names. And I don't know whether, Max Crosby counts, because his name probably has been out there, so that's not like an off the board. Maybe even, you've heard some thought that maybe Myles Garrett would move. I don't know. I mean, like, that seems a little pie in the sky to me. But those teams are bad. Raiders are bad. You had an opportunity to maybe and tried to get Max Crosby in the offseason. What if you added Max Crosby to this team?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Right? Like, what if you added Max Crosby to this team? Would it be worth giving up Derek Hall? Probably, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
yes.
Yeah, like, okay,
Yes.
Pete, you can have Derek Hall and try to build him into something longer term. But we'll take Max Crosby right now and try to win the West and go farther and see what happens.
That's
By the way,
probably
you know
going
how
to take
old
your
Max
first
Crosby
as well.
is?
That's going to take your first as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take something big. I get it.
Yeah.
But you know how
You've only
old
give
Max
up your
Crosby is?
first.
28. We're not talking about a 35-year-old player. He's 28 years old. For the next 3-4 years, Max Crosby should be excellent.
You know what he would turn you into, Salk?
A Max Crosby fan?
A lover of tattoos.
I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I think so.
I don't know. I don't see that happening. I don't think Max or anybody else is going to do that. But yeah, look, right guard would be great. Sure. Yes, absolutely. Try to help the floor, Brock. But if you know me at all, you know that for me, it is how do you get even better at what you're good at? And I would love to see someone like Max Crosby added to this defense, what you could do with that. I just think this team would look
They had those conversations.
really special.
They had those conversations. I think Johnny Vitani had a deal done with Pete until the other folks came in and said, not
Okay,
so
but now
fast,
that
my
team is
friend.
bad, right?
That's
I mean, like, they're now a bad team.
Yes.
Like, now maybe they're afraid to trade with the Seahawks again because they got totally jobbed on the Geno Smith deal. Not only did they get a bad quarterback, but then they had to pay him a tremendous amount of money. So they may be a little wary of dealing with the Seahawks. But if you get an opportunity to add Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, anybody who can come screaming off the edge like that, count me in.
Hawks Live. Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, y'all know I like to be a little open book on this show, maybe sometimes too open. Brock Ewart here. And yesterday I'm working out with my new son-in-law. He is in town. He's in break from school. And I'm like, I can keep up with him. He's former defensive lineman. I was a quarterback. I can do these push-ups and pull-ups and body squats and all these things until I couldn't and ran out of gas. And guess what? Today I'm a little sore. But I'm not in chronic pain. There is a difference. And I know some of you hearing my voice right now, you are in serious chronic pain. Painful joints from arthritis affects you, and it makes your quality of life diminished. Well, if you're in that place, then you got to reach out to my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine right over there in Kirkland. He has seen so many of you, so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain. So don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train, not Dr. Nelson. This has been his passion. This has been his heart for over 30 years. If you're living in chronic pain and it's affecting your quality of life, make the call this morning, 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and improving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, pretty different baseball game last night from the night before. It was not long. It was not close. There was not a tremendous amount of drama. Instead, the Blue Jays just came out, really took care of business. Shohei pitched okay. I mean, it wasn't unbelievable, but he was good until he wasn't. You know who was even better? Vlad.
There's a fly ball to deep left center field. Headed back there. It is gone. Vlad Jr. gives the Jays the lead. The franchise face putting the team on his back.
My best buddy from college, Nate, looked a lot, when he was younger, looked a lot like Vlad Sr. They had like a similar face structure.
What?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, Nate looks like a lot of people. He looks like Vlad. He looks like Keith Van Horn.
His butt is all the way up at his scapula.
No, he doesn't have the Vlad body, but he had like kind of a Vlad face. And then he's got a lot of Keith Van Horn to him. It's weird because those two guys don't look that alike. Anyway, he was shocked to find out that there was a Vlad Jr. in baseball just a couple of days ago. And it turns out the Vlad Jr. is pretty good. He's pretty good.
He wasn't must not have been this good in the regular season, right? Because as Jeff
good.
Passan said, everybody is going to be voting in the AL MVP, and it's either going to be, Judge or Kyle, period, end of story. But you watch this guy in the postseason, and down the stretch,
he's been pretty
just a different gear.
And he got help again. Bichette, Barger, Clement, Lucas, all nice games as well. They'll finish in L.A. tonight. Trey Yesavich and Blake Snell in Game 5, reprising their Game 1 starts. Now, we're going to talk more about this guy in a few minutes, but what do you make of the Josh Naylor Instagram post, Brock?
Oh, geez.
So he commented on Cal's end of the season post and said, "My neck still hurts, but it was worth it all. See you around, my friend. We'll always be rooting for you. Godspeed."
What the heck?
What does that all mean?
What is that?
Is he out?
What
Is
do you
this
mean
the
your neck
end?
hurts?
Is he saying goodbye?
What do you mean your neck hurts? Is it like vertebrae? You got to have neck surgery?
I'm guessing
You
his
gotta
neck.
have
He was
you
pretty.
got to have a fusion like Prince Fielder's son that ended his whole
I don't know.
career?
I feel he was just banged up at the end of the year.
Oh, all right.
See you around. Godspeed. We'll always be rooting for you. Jeff Passan says you got to get this guy back.
I think that they understand, as great as Josh Naylor was, first baseman's market in free agency just aren't all that immense. And so 4 for 90, I guess it's certainly more than the 3 for 52.5 we talked about last time, right? Mm-hmm. But I think the 3 for 52.5 was also before the postseason that Josh Naylor had. And the proof that he belongs in this lineup. It's not that they would like him. It's not that they would meet him in free agency. It's that if they don't have him, it's going to feel empty. And after a year like this, that's not something the Mariners want to be doing.
Well, it would feel empty if he's just Godspeeding, Brock. See you later.
Well, and we know, Naylor's not your typical first baseman. He's not Christian Walker. He's not the polar bear. He's elite speed. Elite base stealer. Elite. It's probably why his neck hurts so much.
Right.
Diving into second and third, stealing 30 bags a year.
Could be.
Dude's a speed demon, plus an amazing first
Maybe
baseman.
that's what he means by Godspeed. It doesn't mean I'll see you later. It means I have the speed of God.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
NFL trade deadline under a week. Brock, Seahawks have put themselves in a position, certainly, to acquire help. They're tied right now for first in the division. Couple of games coming up against the Rams, which are going to be huge. Priority one, as we mentioned, is right guard. Daniel Jeremiah explains why that might be important.
So I went back and I watched a lot of Anthony Bradford, including all of his pressures that he's allowed. Not good. It was tough. And I tried to categorize them when I was doing it. I was charting them and going through it. And I was saying, okay, so there's different ways you can get beat. A guy can change your direction. A guy could cross your face. Okay, that's an issue. You could have a mental error where you're not seeing a twist or you're not picking things up. So it's a little bit of a mental bust. So he has a couple of each of those. You have some like on the edges where guys just kind of beat you right off the snap, off the edge a little bit. There was 3 of those. Man, I had 9 of those pressures were just pure power or him just lunging and ducking his head and getting beat right now. And that's the worst way you can lose as an interior offensive lineman.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to hear.
You know what's great about DJ? We didn't ask him to do that homework.
Yeah? He just thought about it and did it.
I didn't even privately text him like I sometimes do to you and more asking for homework. Nope. He just went about it, wanted to see it, and it's a problem. PFF has told you it's a problem. Big Ray has mentioned it. The scary thing there is, what is he supposed to be? He's supposed to be a 340-pound power guy. Like, you're not going to go through him. You're going to have to go around him. And I think you hear from DJ just technique, focus, concentration, bend, all of it. Problematic, and we'll see. 6 days away from that trade deadline.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
By the way, there are options out there. You mentioned a couple. I think you mentioned Wyatt Teller, Joe Bitonio, Kevin Zeitler.
What a great name, huh?
Did you see the name Bradley Locker brought up? Peter Skoronsky?
Oh, I'll get to him at Blue 88.
Okay,
you just
good.
Keep your mouth shut on him.
All right, well, we'll wait on that in about 20 minutes. We'll get to Peter Skoronsky. Kraken, Brock, keep finding ways to not win, but at least get a point last night in the standings. They were down 3-0 with about 14 minutes left in the game. Montour scored. Your guy Shane Wright had a goal. And then with under 2 minutes left.
Now Vince Dunn again. One-timer. Montour, he scores! Hey, what do you say? Brandon Montour.
Yeah, so they end up tying, going to overtime, and then losing to Montreal in OT. But down 3-0 to scrap back and get a point. I'll take it on a day where they really weren't very good.
Yeah, tell me about Montour. What you know?
I mean, he's been around here now. This is his second year in Seattle, right? He was with Florida for their cup, a couple of their cups at least. Okay. One, maybe two. I don't know. He's a good player. He's a puck-moving defenseman. Did you see what happened? So he missed a couple of days, weeks maybe even, with a personal issue, and there was some concern as to what was going on. Turns out his brother died from ALS just like maybe 2 weeks ago. Really, really sad. He gave an unbelievable... I don't know, I just watched a short video of him talking about it and what had happened, and his love for his brother and his family, and he was very emotional and crying throughout. It was really pretty incredible. So, yeah, he's supposed to be a really fun dude too. Like, I've kind of heard him come up into the booth and talk a little bit. Just a good hockey guy, I guess is how you describe him. A couple of goals last night from the from the blue line. There you go. That is everything you need to know.
Is that Cecily's game? Is she a puck-moving defenseman?
Not right now. She's almost exactly the opposite of that.
Oh, when you're up at the Kraken Iceplex, what is she?
She's more of a back-checking defensive winger right now.
Oh,
yeah.
Back-checking defensive winger.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she'd like to be like Barkov or Patrice Bergeron or someone like that. Yeah.
Is that, and we've talked about personality and kind of the fit with her father and everything else. Is that what you would have been? Would you have been a back-checking?
No, I never played. I don't know. I can't tell you.
No, but what would you have been?
Probably, yeah. I think personality-wise, that would have fit me pretty well. I'd like to do that. Maybe dig in the corners a little bit. Use my butt to move people out of the way and kind of leverage.
Great rebounder. You're a great rebounder, right?
So whatever would have been similar to that. All right, Brock. I do have a youth sports story / question for you a little bit later in the show. Maybe you can help me with this. Before we get there, though, we have the top 20 baseball free agents and their projected salaries they're going to get. Of these 20, I've circled 4.5 for us to talk about. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. It's going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
I hate this weather. I hate it. It's getting colder. The daylight's shorter. The rain. It's dark going to work. Dark when you come home. Well, don't let those very real external factors impact your mindset, your health, or your weight. Instead, use this time to make that final push and finish the year real strong. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic wants to help. They certainly helped me lose 35 pounds in the span of maybe 8 weeks. That could be you by the time next year starts. You could be a whole new person by Thanksgiving. Use that as a little cheat meal to celebrate your success, then finish the year even stronger. Here's what you can look forward to: watching those pounds melt off as you feel better, as you look healthier with a whole lot more energy. For me, I heard people say 10 years younger. Yeah, I'll take it. I certainly felt it. You can lose up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without injections, which are expensive, or uncomfortable side effects, and then keep it off long term as well. It starts with just a 15-minute phone call with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule yours now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The insurance world, it can be confusing. So have First Mark Insurance guide you through it by taking the free First Mark Challenge. They'll explore offerings from top carriers for better coverage and lower rates. They save the Heward family thousands. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Lake Washington Windows was voted best in the Northwest. Celebrate by saving 25% off new Leak Armor installed windows through October. Plus, enjoy 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest until 2026. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 9th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 28th through November 3rd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Hey. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, 20 free agents, top 20 free agents from Jim Bowden, Brock. And I've got maybe 4 or 5 of these guys, maybe even 6, that I've at least starred for some form of a conversation. There are probably only 4 that really interest me, and Lyle may know more about a few of these guys, so maybe you can provide a little context. So I'm going a little bit on name. Let's quickly start with the first one. Number 1 guy on the list is Kyle Tucker. 10 years. This is Jim Bowden's projection for money. 10 years, $427 million. You're talking about a mega deal. He is by far the best free agent on the market. Again, this is over $400 million. No one else on this list is over 200. So you're talking about a young superstar in his prime. Would I love Kyle Tucker? Yes. I don't think that that's likely to happen. But of course, all 30 teams should have interest in Kyle Tucker.
What was Kyle Tucker? What was Lyle's bet or wish list? Like if they got Kyle Tucker, he would climb Cougar Mountain on his head or something. What was that?
I'm still doing it. It's Mailbox Peak, and I will be climbing it.
But not on your head.
When he's acquired. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we don't need to. It's not really worth a long conversation about Kyle Tucker.
I don't know.
Not happening.
I don't know.
No, not happening.
I don't know.
I don't know if there's happening or not, but that would be great. I would sit here and stand up and cheer if Kyle Tucker was a new right
You're not paying
fielder.
Kyle Tucker more than Julio or Cal. You're not doing that to your team. That's not happening.
You could pay him more than Cal Raleigh. Yes.
Yep, not happening.
Yeah, you could pay him more than $100 million.
Lyle, not happening. Okay, next.
But this would be more than $400
Well,
million.
I think that's too much.
All right.
Yeah.
And by too much, I mean I don't think that's actually what he's going to get.
All right, what if it's $350 million? I mean, it's still a lot of money. All right.
And what's Cal getting? $100 million? $110 million?
Something
105,
yeah.
Yeah, you're not doing that to your team. Sorry. It's just
$100 million isn't that much.
Wow, those guys actually think about that stuff. I know it's not fantasy land. Those GMs and those team builders, they think about, am I going to pay this guy from the outside
I think
3 times more than I am Cal Raleigh?
I really don't want to get in too much of the Kyle Tucker conversation, but I would say, Brock, I don't totally agree with that.
Okay.
Cal decided to sign his deal before free agency. Like, you decided to take what is essentially a below market deal in order to eat up some of your arbitration years. And Kyle Tucker did not do that. Kyle decided to wait until the end of arbitration. He went through those years, and now he's poised to get the big free agent deal. Cal, I get what you're saying about how
and
much
if you don't think that would affect anything, then I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona.
Funny, I honestly don't know that does. I really don't entirely agree with you on that. Okay. I think it's just sort of the system. All right, number 2 guy, and again, I'm going to kind of discount this, not because of the number, but just because it feels like the market for this guy will be bigger than I think he's worth, and I just don't trust that he's that good, but I am still intrigued with Bo Bichette. I think he's an interesting fit here in Seattle. I know there's other people not going to like certain parts of his game, and I understand that. I don't think he is a shortstop long-term. I think he's playing second base or third, and maybe you look at it and say that's just not a huge need for the team. But I'm not going to give up the ghost on Bo Bichette just because I think he's an interesting player.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to talk too much about him either. I don't see that as a likely one.
Yep.
The next 3 or 4 here I do think are more interesting and relevant. One is Ranger Suarez, 6 years, $164 million for the lefty who's been with Philadelphia. Brock, I know you like a lefty. It would, probably mean you're dealing from your starting rotation at that point. You'd probably have to get someone to take Luis's salary and go from there. But would I have interest in bringing a lefty in? Yeah, I think it showed up at times that you don't have a lefty in your rotation, and I don't know what Cade Anderson's going to be yet.
And if this rotation in the years ahead is Cade Anderson and that guy and Logan Gilbert and whether one of Bryce or George or Wu, holy smokes. Yeah, that starts to, kind of do what Philadelphia did to you when you went and visited them. That's almost a no-chance weekend. Yep.
He's a really good pitcher. I don't know whether the money, spending $165 million on a pitcher, to me is iffy. He's also.
Are you going to do that before you're going to pay Logan?
I know that's
right.
He's also 30 years old. You want to spend on his ages 31 through 36 seasons? Not particularly, right? Really. Now, lefties do tend to age a little bit more gracefully than righties, but I don't know. That one's going to be hard for me. I'm intrigued, but 6 years for a 30-year-old pitcher, it doesn't feel right to me. No. Now, these other 2 pitchers are both shorter deals, according to, again, this is all Jim.
Do you want a fun fact, by the way? I think I've told you this before. Do you know that Jim's son is the GM at USC, and according to my little brother, is unbelievable. Built Notre Dame's football into what Notre Dame is a playoff, caliber team, and now he's doing the same at SC, recruiting-wise and acquisition-wise. So just a little fun fact on Jim's son.
What would you think about 3 years for Michael King?
Ooh, was he in San Diego?
Yep, 30 years old, so same age as Ranger Suarez, but only, I'm going just by these Jim Bowden numbers, and I don't know what to make of them all, but 3 years, $75 million. So you're giving him some money, $25 million a year, but only for 3 years. You got interest in 3 years of Michael Kanglyle?
At least a little bit. I mean, he's had good years.
Yeah.
He's not a perfect pitcher, but he's had some good seasons.
He'll strike you out, right? Isn't that what he does? Do I have the right guy? Like, I always thought he was a pretty intriguing pitcher. So,
yeah. Had some epic battles in the Vetter Cup, I'll tell you that.
Yes. Well, I mean, and maybe the rivalry is too deep there. So it's possible that, he doesn't.
I don't know. Pitching's hard, Salk. Pitching has been your, bread and butter. It's what you've done. You've drafted and you've developed, and you've got, Sanger and Sloan, and now you really fell into Cade Anderson.
But I also just watched the team, Brock, not have enough pitching in October. Like, I can't get that out of my mind. That you just didn't have enough pitching in October.
Was it starting pitching, or was it an injury to Wu? Was it not having how much different would it look with Duran?
I know.
Wu.
That's why I'm just kind of looking through these things and saying, all right, what, are any of these deals short enough to maybe make me think about
Is this
them?
what you do at the mall, by the way? Is this what kind of shopper you are?
Yeah. Look at everything.
You go to the fancy stores.
Yeah.
You're not going to pay $1,000 for an Armani shirt.
No.
I got to at least look at the shirt.
Yeah, I might look at it. Yeah, I might look at it. The next one, now, I think this guy's going to get a lot more. Shane Bieber, he has also a 3-year 75, and I think the postseason is going to completely change that. Bieber's been really good in the postseason, much better than he was in the regular season since coming back. I would think Bieber ends up getting a whole lot more than 3 and 75. He's also 30 years old. So would I have interest at this exact deal? Yeah. Do I think Shane Bieber's coming to Seattle? No, probably not. And then the last guy on this list, of course, is Josh Naylor. He has him at number 17. 4 years, $90 million. 4 years, $90 million. I like, at 28 years old, as a first baseman who does all the things that Naylor does and brings everything he seems to bring, it seems like, yeah, right? Now, Jeff said you don't think you'd have to pay that much for him. Brock, you asked him yesterday, who else is even going to be looking for him?
A first baseman in free agency, they don't do great. We've seen this with Pete Alonso. We've seen this with Freddie Freeman. The reason Freddie Freeman is a Dodger is because of the industry aversion to signing first basemen to long-term contracts in Major League Baseball. Now, here's why I think Naylor's a little bit different, or at least should be treated a little bit differently. His age. Like, we're still talking about a guy who's 27 years old. And Freeman, when he signed with the Dodgers, had gone into free agency. I think he was 31, but went into free agency after the Braves did not want to re-sign him and couldn't really find an offer all that substantive. He almost defaulted to the Dodgers. The notion that this guy would have difficulty finding a home was just illogical, but that's where the Mariners are right now.
I don't know, man. I totally understand that, and I'm sure if I argued further with Jeff and I said, well, but Naylor does this, and he'd say, well, Freddie Freeman did this. Well, Naylor does this. Well, Pete Alonso hit 50 bombs. Well, Naylor does this. Like, the affinity and the attraction for, after watching 60 games of Josh Naylor and seeing all that he brings as a defensive first baseman, honestly, would poke fun at it. But as a base stealer, as a pest, as an edge, as a preparation guy, like all of those things also that now.
If 4 years is really what it would take, that's not that long. It's not really that long-term a deal for a first baseman. You're talking about getting him for his ages 28, 29, 30, and 31 seasons? Yeah, I'm signing up for that all day. Now, if this is a 10-year deal and I got to pay Josh Naylor into his mid-30s, I probably have some questions about how that body's going to age and whether a lot of that stuff works out and whether I want to be paying a first baseman for that long. But you don't really have much first base in the system, and he solidified a position that's been a problem for you for a while now. Yeah, this one honestly feels like pretty close to a no-brainer, and even at 4 years, 90, I don't know how you don't say yes to that as a Mariner.
Yeah, I think the only thing we don't know, and that's what the industry people know, is what could be looming here down the road. And does that play a role into any of these contracts and conversations?
Well,
are these guys looking at, hey, man, I want short-term deals or I want long-term deals, or, how the agents see that, how the team see that, how they see the direction of all of that going.
Yep. No, that's true. I just, for the sake of conversation, I think it's helpful to ignore that. But you're absolutely right. The potential for a lockout will absolutely affect a lot of these. You want me to run down the other names, Brock? See if any of these other names.
Anybody else? Anyone else?
I don't see anybody else that really intrigues me. Lyle, on this list, we got Kyle Schwarber. I think we discussed how that probably isn't the best fit for the Mariners with Cal needing those DH days. Pete Alonso, 6 for 180. Yeah, I'd rather have what you get from Josh Naylor at that price and spend money elsewhere. Framber Valdez, I'm not the biggest Framber fan.
Just get him out of Houston.
Especially 6 years, 190.
Yeah, send him to the National League.
All right, there is one other name, Alex Bregman. Yes, I would love Alex Bregman. I've said it many, many times before. 6'180" feels like a lot for his age, but I really do like me some Alex Bregman. Dylan Cease, he's good pitcher. 6 years, 187 million. No thanks. I don't know the guys who'd be coming over from Japan. I don't know Tatsuya Amai or Minataka Murakami, so I can't give you much on those.
He is. I mean, we could get into a conversation about him later in the offseason. I mean, he is fascinating and polarizing. I mean, this guy hit 60 homers in Japan. His OPS has been through the roof. The problem is the last 2 years, strikeouts are high.
Okay.
And that's in Japan.
How old is he?
Really young. He's like 26.
Well, I mean, that's kind of interesting. I don't know that. What position does he play? Yeah.
Position's a relative term. He's a corner infielder, and his defense is not supposed to be great. The whole fascination with him is on this bat and the crazy power.
Here's the worst. What I see is the worst deal on this list. Cody Bellinger, 6 years, 168. Let me tell you what I don't want to do is pay Cody Bellinger $170 million for the next 6 years. Zach Gallen, 135. No thanks. Edwin Diaz is a great pitcher and would be a really good fit here. You want to spend $22 million a year for the next 4 years on Edwin Diaz? I think I'd have a hard time spending
So the other element of this, Salk, is looking at this, and obviously you got Cal done before this season. You're also looking at this going, who's your next Mariner? Who's your next guy that you're going to sign to and commit to this kind of money? Is it Logan? Is it Kirby? Is it Wu? Because I'm going to guess, right? And we know in talking to Logan on multiple occasions that, yeah, kind of like Cal said the year before, I'd like to be a Mariner. I'd like to try to find these things. And ultimately, Cal got a deal done. As you look at these numbers, is actually your top priority, signing your own. And Naylor's your own now. You've had him
I would
for a
say
couple
that's
months.
I mean, we've all agreed on this, that
Yes.
really should be the top priority. In many ways, it becomes a conversation of what are you looking to do next? And I think you've got to figure out first how, I think, Jeff sort of talked about being in go mode yesterday. Like, now's the time. We don't quite have the time to play the sound, but he did say,
you can use your models, you can build your models, you can do all the AI, you can look at all the analytics, but then there comes a time, right, where you just, hey man, this is my gut.
Yep.
This is going and taking that
or
step
also just
outside
right
of the
now
models.
is go time. You're not in just long-term planning mode.
Yeah.
And he was sort of bring that up in the context of, do you give Colt Emerson a shot next year? I think you're going to give at least one of those guys a shot. Maybe it's Colt Emerson, maybe it's Cole Young, maybe it's Ben Williamson. I don't know what it looks like. One of those three guys is probably going to be penciled into your starting lineup every day to start the year. Maybe two. But if it starts getting into three, then you're probably banking too much on young players and rookies, and that would make me pretty nervous in a year you're looking to compete. Working them in, sure. Finding ways to get them into your lineup eventually, yes. One of those guys is an everyday, maybe it's at second base, or sure. I think there's a lot of validity there. Every single day, that would be a tough one. Just one quick note here. 509 says, probably going to have to pay Munoz something in that Edwin Diaz range. Not for a while. He's got, 3 more years of team options at very reasonable rates. So you don't have to pay Munoz for a long, long time. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, you are very back and forth with Pro Football Focus. You don't... some days you love them, some days you hate them. It seems just
love-hate relationship.
Yeah, just whether or not they agree with you on any particular day and what you're seeing. What did you love yesterday, though?
Yeah, you mentioned some of these names at guard, and we just had this conversation with all these free agents. Wow, he's 30. Wow, he's 31. Are you paying for these years? Are you trading for these years? And, a bunch of these 30-something kind of beat-up guys could come in here and play better than Bradford. But what if you actually wanted to add a 20-something to this group and build one of the most elite offensive lines, I don't know, for the next 3, 4, 5 years in the NFL with the age of Cross and Lucas and Zabel, and you were to trade for the Tennessee Titans guard, Pete Skoronski, who's got a 78 PFF grade and by many accounts may not be the monster from Indianapolis, that left guard, but he's pretty darn good. And I liked this guy coming out of school a couple years ago. So he was kind of like Gray. He played up and down, you know.
Where was he?
He was a Northwestern, and he was actually a left tackle at Northwestern. But because he has 32-inch arms, it was like, I don't know if he projects, you know, just lengthwise. 6'4", 320, but shorter arms, hard to be a tackle. Hard to give up that first contact to these edge rushers like Myles Garrett, Max Crosby. But can we slide him in and he can be elite? Well, they've slid him in Tennessee, and he indeed is elite. He is a terrific athlete. He was a unanimous All-American at Northwestern. He's a little Gray Zabel-ish in that way that this dude's an athlete. He's a little Abe Lucas in that way. He's an athlete. He's a little Charles Cross in that way. He's an athlete. And, man, if you were to try to make that move. Now, you've got great relationship in Tennessee. You traded for Ernest Jones there last year, right? You know people in their front office. John's got relationship there. That would be a bigger swing. That would not be a conditional fifth-round pick. That would be, you know, something of your value. So, you know, probably want a player and a pick of some sort for the former first-rounder who's playing at that level in Tennessee. But don't just think about edge rushers as like these big swing, huge name guys.
So why would they trade him? Pete Skoronski's a pretty good young player for a team that needs more good young players. Why would Tennessee trade him?
That's right. Well, that would be the hard sell.
That's
it's for
pretty
more.
hard sell.
No, it's for more. It is, hey, I need a Boye Mafe. I need a Derek Hall. I need
they
a
don't
Rick
need
Woolen.
guys who they have to pay at the end of the year. Like,
yeah, this guy is what, year 2 or 3. You're going to pay him as another good young, but you need more talent. I need a third-round pick.
Yeah.
I need a second-round pick, right? I need a high-round draft pick, and I need a player, and I need more. So, yeah, it's definitely a harder sell, and that's why the 30-somethings are easier to acquire, both taking on their money and their age and not getting their best years. It'd be a harder sell, but, man, would that be pretty darn good.
All right, question number 2. We've been looking for the right comp for Sam Darnold, Brock. I know you brought up Matt Hasselbeck as one. Another name that you'd like to throw into the comp category?
Well, you look at these models this year in particular of guys taking care of the football at an extreme rate, plus also making big plays. As Hasselbeck said to us the other day, he's not check down Charlie. He's being very guarded with the ball. He's not had many turnover-worthy plays, which is something that a lot of these models and guys now chart. And he's also pushing the ball down the field as much as anybody. And the guy that's actually doing it, when you look at these graphs and these models, the guy that he's next to, and Sam's doing it better, but the guy that's closest to him in that race is Matthew Stafford.
Huh.
And should it
doesn't strike me as being similar to Stafford at all.
Ooh. As far as, like, Matthew Stafford was an underrated kind of move the pocket, extend plays, and push the ball down the field. He was never a great runner, but he could extend things and shuffle and throw to his right and throw to his left. Now, Stafford's got a more elastic and unbelievable arm. Like, I think he and Josh Allen and Mahomes, like, when you talk about just pure arm, like, whoa, this guy's just different. And Sam's not there. But Sam has shown you from 50 to 60 yards, Salk, it's pretty effortless, and it is very accurate. And those two guys this season, through halfway point, they're kind of a head and shoulders above everybody else in doing that. Taking care of the ball, yet pushing the ball down the field. And as this season evolves, maybe we can start comping those guys a little bit more.
All right, question number 3. Greg Sankey, of course, SEC commissioner, wants strong legislation calling for college athletes to not gamble on pro sports. I would imagine you're in favor.
I am, Salk. And we're going to get into this in a little bit more depth here in a couple minutes, right? You still want to tackle this? Because Passon had some really strong commentary in a different sport, and obviously the NBA guys and all those headlines, and I know some of that on a real personal level through family, friends, with one of the guys that got, in trouble a couple years ago. So this one I'm a little sensitive to, and I've also watched it as Jeff has. Jeff's got, adolescent boys and or adolescent sons and friends, and he's seen it. So it blows me away at the high school level how many of these kids are already doing this.
Yeah.
As Jeff said, you got a casino in your pocket now. And I'm like, Titus will tell me stories like, yeah, I came in at halftime of the basketball game and they're checking their game. Like, what?
How is that?
They're doing what?
There's no age restriction to that?
So
I mean,
it
you
even
can't
worse.
gamble until you're 21. What
So
am I missing? How does that
well,
work?
I think you do it through families, through parents.
So
things
the
and
parents
such.
have to be okay with
Yes.
it?
Yes.
Well,
I'm in the
got its own
this little,
challenges there.
I'm in
Okay.
this little community center in our neighborhood. True story. And this was over the summertime. And I see, these kids around their phone, which are always around their phone. And every once in a while, I'll be, what? Because they're kind of talking like, look at, I made, I'm like, what are you guys playing video games? What are you doing? They're like, no, we're betting. On what? Oh, it's this game. They're only penny bets. But it was like Frogger. Remember
Right.
Frogger back in the day?
Yeah.
You had to zip through the traffic and get to the other side. It's basically like Frogger, and you're making a bet. They're just penny bets. And I'm like, you know what they're doing? They are dopamine. They are training you through these little games at this young age to like, hey man, let's start gambling. That's not that big a deal. Let's just normalize this. I lose some money here, I lose some money there. But man, it is I know why Jeff said what he did, because I'm kind of seeing it and living it with these youth, and it is a dangerous, dangerous game.
All right, so that's pretty interesting. Thank you, Brock. That is today's Blue 88 and a perfect lead into where I want to go next. I heard a simple question asked yesterday that I'd love for you to try to answer. And then I saw a story today, sort of a follow-up story on the big NBA gambling scandal. And it might be the least surprising, most important follow-up that I think has come out of it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports Hub YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you're 55, start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on
Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Just like our favorite baseball team, Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington is stepping up to the plate. Mention Go Seattle when you book, and you'll knock it out of the park with 15% off and 12 months, no payments, and no interest. Schedule today before this deal is gone.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Ewart, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, simple question I heard asked yesterday, Brock. Is legalized gambling making sports worse? Is it ruining sports? I think was the way it was phrased. I heard it from Howard Stern yesterday, who's admittedly not a sports fan and said so right at the beginning, was interested in the scandal and asked a member of his crew, like, hey, who's more interested in sports? Is legalized gambling ruining sports? Do you think it is?
I mean,
it's a loaded
question.
Funny.
This is a little slippery slope and a loaded question.
I know.
Because, I mean, way back when, and I'm sure there's some chuckling, and I remember so vividly a couple of just dear friends of ours, and Dave Grosby, the Gross, and John Clayton, who's passed, and Dave telling John, well, you understand why people love your content. Why 20 years ago when John had, injury reports and stuff and, worked his tail off to get all that information, it was for gamblers, right? I mean, that was an attractive thing to them. And then to fantasy football players, right? Is fantasy football gambling? Right, if you're putting money into it and you throw a pot together and, every
there's a gambling element to it. I don't know whether I would call that gambling, but I understand how it's certainly in the vicinity, right?
In the vicinity, right?
Yeah, it's gambling adjacent. Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
It's gambling adjacent.
Is fantasy football ruined sports? No, it's helped the NFL become the behemoth that it is, and it's widened the net. From elementary school kids to moms to everybody can play, kind of like March Madness.
Yeah,
is March Madness gambling?
I mean, for a lot of people, it is. Sure, of course. So
right, they put their pools together. They throw their money in. I think a coach at UW and New Heisler got in a little trouble for
about
that.
it and not put, like, I'll do a bracket, but I won't put money on it.
Right. So that's kind of where I was going to go with it. So, like, my answer to this question would be no. I don't think gambling is ruining sports, at least not right now. My answer for today is no. For me, I'm not particularly interested in sports betting. It's not to say if I'm in Vegas, I won't throw a couple bucks down, or if I was at Snoqualmie that I wouldn't throw a couple bucks down on a game. Like, I don't mind doing it. I'm not averse. It's not, I don't think it's like I don't have a problem with it. I'm just not something I like to do very often.
Yeah.
But I mostly just ignore it. Like there's a lot of shows out there that are built on gambling. They don't bother me. I'm perfectly happy to just not listen to them or watch them. Like, okay. And when the references show up during broadcasts, like, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that not everybody is watching the game for the same reasons I am. Like, great, go ahead, mention it for the other person that is gambling on the game. I don't care. It doesn't, like, negatively in any way affect my enjoyment of any game that I'm watching. That being said, there are two things that worry me about it. And Brock, I know you're a big slippery slope guy. I do have some slippery slope concerns about where this goes. I think Jeff is right about the ease of using your phone, and you've brought that up as well. This is, I do have the sound, I think, from Jeff. Hold on, let me play it for you. This is what Passon was saying yesterday about kind of where we're at in the sports world and what needs to be done about it.
We've reached a point, I fear, in professional sports where the decision makers and the people in charge of the games and the owners and even the players need to start showing some courage and understanding not just what they are doing to the sports world and to their own games, but to a generation of kids to whom gambling has become normalized. I did not used to be this way until I saw it with the younger generation that my children know, but we've put casinos in their pockets and we're acting like all of this is normal. Somebody with courage and with a spine needs to step up and say that a mistake was made when gambling was legalized the way that it was, in the fashion that it was, with the lack of regulation that it has, and that we are only going to find more of these cases the longer this goes on.
Yeah, and I didn't answer the Blue 88 question because I went into storytelling mode, Salk, but why did Greg Sankey, the most powerful commissioner in college football, really challenge the NCAA and say, please don't do this. Please regulate this. Because if you're opening Pandora's box to our college players and saying, yeah, it's fine, go bet on those NFL games.
Right.
Yeah, no issue whatsoever. Do you know how scared to death I was? You know, as a rule follower and still largely a rule follower, do you know how much the NFL scared the heck out of me when I got to the NFL? And it was like, you gamble, basically, you die. You're dead to us. You'll be done. It was so dang restrictive. When I got to ESPN for so many years early on, it was like, yeah, you do not mention gambling. You do not mention those lines. You do not entertain any of that.
But it was mostly illegal at that point. I mean, like outside of Vegas and
bookies.
Right. I mean, so yeah, I mean, that has definitely changed for sure. And, you know, part of me does think like you should be able to tell the difference between different types of gambling. Like you should have your head on straight enough to be able to tell the difference between playing blackjack in a casino and betting on a game that you're involved in. You should have the ability to, if you're a baseball player, bet on a football game, but not bet on your own game. But I get that it's harder.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
And especially if you get into it young, like these kids, and these kids that have a lot of money now, I think you start out small and you start out going, oh, I'm just going to do this. And then, I mean, I've told you guys, my dad had a gambling issue growing up, and I think he started young because he had an uncle who would take him to horse races, and he grew up around horses, and that was his vice. And I think when it becomes normalized when you're younger, you slowly can turn it into something more, and it's an addiction just like anything else, just like alcoholism or drug use, and it can get out of hand.
Well, I believe that, and there's a text here that sort of echoes that, Brock. It says it's not ruining sports, it's ruining lives.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And yes, add in the money that they have, Maura, you know, the story that you tell. I'm right there with you. And from a sports perspective, the next part is, you got to make sure that these games aren't fixed. Like the game has to remain legitimate and not phony. It can't be wrestling. It's paramount. And I do think we are at risk. And so that's why I wanted to bring up this other story. So we heard the big story that came out the other day, right, about the NBA players and what's going on with Terry Rozier and, Chauncey Billups and everybody else that's been mentioned in that scandal. Did you hear the second story that came out? Because to me, this is the why. This is from ESPN. Heat's Terry Rozier faced $8 million tax lien from IRS in 2023. Because immediately, what's the first thing you hear? Well, why would Terry Rozier do this? He had a $160 million contract and yada, yada, yada. I don't know why Terry Rozier did this. I don't know, and allegedly, I don't know why he was involved in this. But I can sure put two and two together. I can look at a guy who had an $8 million tax lien despite a $160 million salary and say he probably was betting away a lot of his money. Or he ran out of money for some other reason and got caught up in the scandal because he needed money to pay an $8 million tax lien so he wasn't losing his house.
Yes.
Like, that's not that hard for me to draw that conclusion. So that was always like, why would this guy fix games? Well, because somebody was into him for money, right? And said, okay, we're gonna do whatever to you unless you go you want to make your $8 million back? Here's how you do it. Throw the game tomorrow.
You're going to have a little injury. You're going to have a little hamstring, and you're going to be the under on all of these bets that I'm going to take, and because you're not going to finish the game.
Yeah.
You're going to have a couple turnovers, right? I'm going to bet and that's the thing too. This isn't just winning and losing. I mean, this is, I think in Pete Rose days, is probably a little more winning and losing. This is a whole lot of prop bets on every single thing of every game and that's again the slippery slope and some of the danger of this. The Gras always used to say that, man. If the thing isn't level, right? If folks go into this and the game isn't level, then you're going to lose it. Then it is going to.
Then there's no more sports, right? We're just watching entertainment, and that's not what we think we're getting and gearing up for. G was saying Friday, Brock, just to finish this conversation, he thinks the NBA problem is the results of sports leagues specifically being in bed with the gaming companies. And I did not necessarily agree with him, at least not directly.
Well, that's what Passan's saying yesterday, right? That's why he points to the leadership and the commissioners, and he would side, I think, with G a little bit on that.
I know he does, and I can understand how there's a connection there. To me, it's more about legalized gambling more than it is about whether the leagues are partnering with DraftKings or MGM or whatever. But here's where I think it could be sort of like twice removed. If the leagues are so reliant on that money, and if you know anything about sports leagues, they will become reliant on money, especially with everything going away in the media business, RSN, all of that. They're going to fight to protect the legal elements and try to expand access. So I guess I see it as sort of being once removed, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Anyway,
but it's a fascinating conversation, and I don't know if your daughters will get into that, but certainly there will be friends around the house, and when you start hearing it, like I have, it's like, what? That used to just be the BC guys 25 years ago.
Exactly.
Had a friend, right?
Yeah.
Like, not anymore.
Yeah. That used to be the guy a couple years above me. We heard getting roughed up in the Mr. Tux back room while we were buying our junior prom tuxes. Like, poor guy, he can be in some trouble. Yeah, no, it's definitely it's become a whole lot more common, and I think the NBA scandal hopefully shines enough light on it, Brock, that maybe there's some level of.
There's got to be some education, and that's the other element of it. John Tay Porter, I think he's still waiting on exactly what his sentence is going to be, but I know what he's done in the interim is the NBA has used him to go to schools and go to places and make sure you educate.
Well, yeah, can we have some
education that you're
education
getting into
and some regulation? You don't necessarily need to ban all legal sports betting, but could we have some level of education and regulation to make it make a little bit more sense?
Sean Payton is a bully.
Bump and Stacy.
He went out, tried to bully Russell Wilson on the low.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't care how you feel about Russell Wilson. I think that Sean Payton, he saw an opportunity to take shots at a guy that he felt like wasn't going to say anything back to him. I've heard that he's a decent guy, but in that moment, that was some bully activity right there. Russell, I'm proud of you. Clap back at him and called out some facts, too. So I'm proud of Russell in that moment.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCF Group.
Saving. T-Mobile. It's better over here.
Based on analysis by
Unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
At Bible Law Group, we know how important voting is. That's why we're partnering with Seattle's own rock star Aaron Jones to rock the vote Thursday, October 30th at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. Vote and enjoy delicious smash burgers with Aaron and local bands by getting your ticket at bit.ly/BibleRock. If you've misplaced your ballot, don't panic. In Washington, you can still print a provisional ballot online and drop it in any official ballot box by November 4th. When prayer just ain't cutting it for your legal needs, we suggest two things: vote and call Bible Law Group.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Are you in pain? This is Dave Wyman, and if you're experiencing pain in your shoulder, elbow, wrist, hip, or knee, do what my friend and co-host Bob Stelton did and go see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
It's been a huge game changer. After 13 years of jiu-jitsu, I had a lot of issues with my hip. It was bad, so I'd heard a ton of patients raving about the results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner, so I had to check it out. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. Now, people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back to doing what they enjoy doing without pain and without surgery.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, very different game last night, Brock, in Game 4 of the World Series. Good thing for the Dodgers, they spent all their resources on Game 3 because they did not look very sharp in Game 4. Toronto, give them credit, man. Every time they look like they could be down and out, lose a heartbreaker, they come back the next day and find a way to just kind of go off and win it fairly handily. Vlad was great. He had a big home run. Bichette, Barger, Clement, Lucas, all of them with big days, and Blue Jays win.
The 2-1. Swing and a ball drilled left field. Going back is Straw. He's there, and he makes the catch. And the Blue Jays have tied this series at 2 games apiece. Varland finishes them off, and the Blue Jays win in Game 4, 6-2.
Kind of like the same boat they were in with Seattle, right? Now it becomes a 3-game series, and 2 of those will be in Toronto. They'll have the finale in L.A. tonight. Then they'll get to go back to their madhouse. And, yeah, these bats have not cooled. The L.A. Dodgers pitching and all of this elite pitching, obviously Yamamoto chilled them in game number 2.
Mm-hmm.
But Blake Snell didn't in the opener, and Shohei couldn't yesterday. And, yeah, man, this is going to be a series. And good for my friends at Fox, Salk. I've always told them.
They like this.
If it's a 4-game sweep, they lose money. If it's 5-game, they can live with it. 6, they make a little, and 7, they make a lot. So I feel like this is trending towards 7.
It does kind of have that vibe, doesn't it? Like that there's these 2 teams are going to keep finding different ways to beat each other. They got Game 5 tonight, which will be Blake Snell and Trey Yasavich reprising their starts from Game 1, which went the Blue Jays' ways. Snell's got to be better than he was in Game 1, right? He just got shellacked.
Yeah, and he's erratic.
He is erratic.
He's wildly, what do they say, wildly effective?
Effectively wild.
There you go.
He's effectively wild at times, yeah.
That's what I mean.
Josh Naylor, meanwhile, wants out of Seattle. No, I'm just kidding. But there is this comment that people are making a big deal out of.
He's got a neck injury.
Yeah, so the neck thing, Brock, so I guess the picture that Cal posted has the 2 of them butting heads.
Oh,
so that's why he said, my neck still hurts, but it was worth it all.
Great.
Then he says, see you around, my friend. We'll always be rooting for you. Godspeed.
What the heck does that mean, Josh? What the heck would you do that to Mariners fans?
He's messing with you, right? Don't you think?
Josh, why would you do that?
Why not? He's kind of, I don't know. I guess I don't know. Maybe he's not.
Is he starting the negotiations? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I mean, would that shock you if his agent was like, yeah, make it seem like you're out of here in order to gain a little leverage and freak everybody out in Seattle until ownership is like, bam, whatever he needs, let's go. I want this guy here forever. I don't know what's going on, but I do still think there's a good chance he returns here to Seattle, and I hope it's the number 1 priority for the Mariners this offseason.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
As for Seahawks priorities, with the trade deadline 6 days away, right guard sure feels like it's high on the list, and Daniel Jeremiah taking it upon himself to do some homework, unassigned, came back with a rough evaluation.
So I went back and I watched a lot of Anthony Bradford, including all of his pressures that he's allowed. Not good. It was tough. And I tried to categorize them when I was doing it. I was charting them and going through it, and I was saying, okay, so there's different ways you can get beat. You know, a guy can, change your direction. A guy could cross your face. Okay, that's an issue. You could have a mental error where you're not seeing a twist or you're not picking things up, so it's a little bit of a mental bust. So he has a couple of each of those. You have some like on the edges where guys just kind of beat you right off the snap, off the edge a little bit. There was 3 of those. Man, I had 9 of those pressures were just pure power or him just lunging and ducking his head and getting beat right now. And that's the worst way you can lose as an interior offensive lineman.
Brock, that's a pretty damning Isn't that a damning assessment of what you're getting at right guard?
Yeah, and I think the biggest challenge in that is the one thing he's supposed to be able to do at his size and strength is not get beat by power.
Mm-hmm.
But he's getting beat because the technique then is such a struggle and has been for year after year after year of watching this.
It's bad. I thought you were going to continue there. It's rough. We knew it was going to be rough going in. It looked like it might be better in training camp. I don't know whether the competitive aspect is part of it. It seemed like when he was being challenged, maybe that was a help for Anthony Bradford, and maybe you'll see more of it.
Maybe Christian Haynes coming back.
Maybe, but I don't know, man. I'm a little distraught over this one. Other names that have been out there, Brock. Wyatt Teller, I know you like the name. He's with the Browns, right? Joe Bitonio's also still with the Browns, I believe.
Yep.
Where's Kevin Zeitler now? He's always around.
Great question.
He's another guy who could
Titans, I think, right?
Titans, maybe. All right. Those are older guys who could maybe just, kind of fill a spot. And Hawkblogger mentioned those names. The other that came up was Peter Skoronsky from Tennessee. Bradley Locker of Pro Football Focus brought his name up. I don't know. Hawks did make a small deal yesterday. They signed returner Velus Jones Jr. He had been in New Orleans.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Now Vince Dunn again. One-timer, Montour, he scores! Hey, what do you say? Brandon Montour!
John Forsland is so good. He's so good. On the Kraken Hockey Network there is the Kraken got down 3-0 in the third period and roared back. Goal from Montour, goal from Shane Wright, and you heard the tying goal there with under 2 minutes to play. They do lose in overtime, but they get the gentleman's point. A really nice job to come back. Actually, I give him some credit. This team's pretty well coached, man. I really like what Lane Lambert has done so far with the Kraken.
Yeah, the challenge has been just these overtimes and these shootouts.
Yeah.
Just have not been able, they've been able to salvage points in those things, but just not been able to get over that hump.
Yeah, just not a tremendous amount of skill. They're just not as skilled as some of the other teams. Yep. They're off until Saturday when the Rangers will be in town. That is everything you need to know. I asked Maura and Lyle earlier, Brock.
Yeah.
There's a guy on the Canadians. I was curious how you would pronounce this last name.
Okay.
First name, Arbor.
It's a Habaton.
Last name, you want to write it down?
Yep.
Xhekaj.
Wow, that's really his last name?
Yes.
That can't be his birth name.
That is his birth name. Born in Ontario. I believe he's like half Albanian, half Serbian, if I'm correct.
Sheesh.
Some Czech in there, maybe.
Sheesh.
Yeah, isn't that great? Apparently, I thought his nickname would be Scrabble, like Mark. What was that guy's name? Zipchinski, that was here for a while. But his nickname is apparently somebody texted in Wi-Fi because it's like a Wi-Fi password.
Pretty much.
XH are not two letters I ever thought would go together.
EKAJ. Yeah.
Apparently, it's pronounced Jakai.
Oh.
Close.
Brock, that's even better than I could have hoped for. What a tremendous guess. Thank you. Could you make that sound again? Yeah, gesundheit. Right back with Joe Klatt on Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, well, it's definitely getting colder, especially at night. The amount of daylight is shorter, which stinks. It's dark going to work, dark when you get home, dark, rain, cold, and you don't want to go outside. Those are real external factors. They impact your mindset, your health, and, your weight as well. Well, don't let it. Instead, use this time to make that final push. Finish the year strong with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They can help. They certainly helped me lose 35 pounds in a span of just 8 weeks. That could be you. By the time the next year starts, you could be a whole new person by Thanksgiving. So use it as a cheat meal, maybe, right? Celebrate your success on that day and then finish the year even stronger. Here's what you can look forward to. Watching the pounds melt off as you feel and look a whole lot healthier. You'll have more energy. new clothing, hopefully. You're just going to look better. You can lose up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks without the expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Plus, you can keep it off long term. All it takes is a free 15-minute phone call to get started. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 9th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 28th through November 3rd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown, Seahawks! Ken Walker III. Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. superior linen service. It's what we do.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Joel Klatt going to be with us here in just a moment or two, Brock. I have this short story for you, but I don't know if we have enough time to.
Oh, sure you do.
You?
If he jumps on while you're finishing the story,
We'll just make him wait.
I'm sure he'll add to it.
Okay. All right. Well, Joel Klatt going to be with us here in a moment. Maybe Moore will give me the high sign if and when he signs on there on video. Oh, he's already there? Well, then we're getting. Well, all right. Okay. We'll get him set here. But I won't tell you the story yet, but this one
is it football adjacent?
No, it's not. This is a youth.
Was it Jim
deal.
Mora's press conference that you listened to yesterday? The 2-minute press conference.
The what?
Jim Mora Jr.
He had a press conference yesterday.
Yeah, he's at UConn, Salk. He's
still coaching.
Tough overtime loss. Oh yeah, he gave a couple. That's really good.
That's not in front of mine.
That's so feisty.
He is feisty. Joel Klatt's with us right now. Good morning, Joel. How are you? Speaking of feisty, Joel's pretty feisty. What's up, man?
Oh, yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys today?
You know what? We're great. We're having
good.
Yeah, we're great. We're having fun. The Seahawks are good. The I love the baseball off season. There's a lot of fun stuff. And then there's this gambling story, which is we were just talking about it. I'd be kind of curious your view on all of this. What do you think is causing this? Where is this going to end up going?
There's going to have to be some regulation, from the leagues on what is expected of their players. And I also believe allowing the amount of prop bets is just inviting this, first pitch strike of the inning type of deal. That guy, the Cleveland guy is under investigation for that because he bounces every first pitch. And there's, people tied to his family overseas that are wagering large amounts of money on the prop bet. Will he throw a strike on the first pitch of the inning? And it's he continues to throw it 27 feet. So I think that the prop bets are a problem because they're too easy to, over-unders for random guys. Maybe unders shouldn't be allowed to be bet on individuals, and just overs, something along those lines. I'm not totally sure. But it's crazy. And I do think I think that a few guys got in too deep with the wrong people. It's like the classic movie. And then they're used as leverage to gain an advantage in different gambling schemes, and they're drawing in people. And it pains my heart because Chauncey is a childhood hero. Growing up in Denver, Chauncey was the man. I remember my dad taking me to watch Chauncey when he was playing basketball at George Washington High School because he was such a legend already. Goes to Colorado, leads them to the Sweet 16. Obviously came back to Denver and had a great run after winning a title in Detroit. So that one pains my heart a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead, Brock. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, you bring up the guys getting in with the wrong people, and I'll just mention it again. I brought it up a half hour ago. The second story that came out about the $8 million lien on Terry Rozier's house, to me, that's in some ways almost as crucial information as the first story of what's going on, because it tells everybody's he made $160 million. Why does he need to gamble for more? I'm going to guess he didn't have $160 million, and I'm going to guess further that was because he was gambling too much himself, and this was the payoff at the end of it.
Anybody talking about their own money immediately divides it in half. Thank you, federal government. But we all just are look at what he made over his lifetime. Well, I mean, that's obviously not the case. You make a couple of bad financial decisions, and maybe you're not in there, and maybe it has to do with wagering on this or that. But again, I think the most plausible explanation generally is the right explanation. And the most plausible explanation is that these guys were in debt to the wrong people and then had to essentially organize efforts and do things to try to make those debts whole that were nefarious. That's the most plausible explanation in all of this.
So the great news, Klatt, last week is Valor Christian played on the road on a Thursday night. So that
how's our boy doing?
He's doing great. So that meant no Saturday film. That meant Friday film and a Saturday for me to sleep in, watch some Big Noon kickoff, slip into UCLA.
Watch UCLA get their doors blown off.
And speaking of over-unders, Salky and I, when Salk shared the Daniel Jeremiah thing about cultures with bigs that run and littles that hit, I wondered what the over-under would be of when I would hear that in the Indiana-UCLA game.
Oh, you knew it was coming out. I told you it was coming out.
And sure enough.
Listen, is it theft if you admit it? At that point, it's just a borrow.
Well, do you admit it publicly or privately?
I admitted it on your show. Is your show public? Does anyone listen to this?
No.
Do you have any ratings?
Absolutely not.
What do you mean? Was it public or private? I said it on your show.
That you would steal it. But generally, the credit needs to come in front of the
What else do you
national
want?
audience when you're actually doing the stealing.
No, I admitted I would not say that on the air nationally. Absolutely not.
Do you know
Absolutely
how hard
not. There was no trademark.
Do you know how hard I laughed out loud? Because I could
I butchered it. I was like, your bigs play big and your littles tackle.
Yes.
I didn't even say it right.
No,
which
you didn't.
maybe
You
that's a tweak.
Yeah.
It's a tweak.
Right.
I tweaked the comment more than Vanilla Ice.
I was just about to say.
Tweaked under pressure.
Because theirs goes dun 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 dun, and mine actually goes dun 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 dun. Yeah,
Dun,
you
dun,
got
dun,
it.
dun.
Yeah.
No. Like I tweaked it
So
even
that was a
more. Maybe
screw
I
up.
was just
Like,
making it my own.
That's
you know
what I
what?
was
Screw
wondering.
it. That was my own. That was
what I was
that was
wondering.
mine.
That's really funny.
was
I
the
didn't
second
think
quarter.
Jeremiah's DJ
UCLA
was driving. That accurate. It's
Indiana
like Biggs
corner
run
tackles.
where? Biggs play powerful. Littles tackle. I made it better.
That's pretty funny. All right, so here's my question.
So good. I thought of you the whole time. I was like, I wonder if I should text DJ. And I knew, Brock, I knew 3 plays before it was coming out. I was like, oh yeah, I am absolutely, this is an absolute Scud missile that's coming in. It is inbound right now, baby. Fire button was 3 plays ago. And I was just like, all right, here we go. Watch how smart I am, America.
To be fair, DJ said yesterday he didn't really mind at all, so we're just stirring up controversy.
No, he doesn't
over
mind.
nothing.
No, he doesn't mind. Only guys like you. If I took something of yours, you would be incensed.
What would you take from me?
Oh, how dare you?
You're not gonna
well,
take,
I wouldn't take anything
some
from you.
blink
You haven't said
scouting?
anything insightful yet on
Some
these.
blink scouting.
Post
That was
hoc, Caro, Noctor Hawk.
Post hoc, non ergo propter hoc.
Yeah.
How about this? How about this, guys? Let's get into something that has nothing to do with anything. Can we stop the multiple intentional walks to the best players in the biggest moments in postseason baseball? It is so dumb. Can you imagine the Utah Jazz in 1998? You know, what was it? Sloan? Was it Sloan?
Yeah.
Jerry Sloan.
Yeah.
He's just like, hey, T. Hey, Jordan, you can't shoot it on this possession. No, pass it. Pass it to Kerr.
Isn't it the same
Okay,
as
now
an
we'll
intentional
play.
foul in those spots? Isn't it the same as hack-a-shack?
No, because at least that player gets to go and impact the game at the free throw line.
But
So
now
they
this
still
player
have a
gets
chance
to
to
go to
impact the
first
game.
and impact the game by being on base and stealing second.
No, that's.
I mean, I think there's some similarity. I agree with what you're saying.
I feel
but
like
there's
my
some
cousin
similarity.
Vinny. I feel like my cousin Vinny right now. That is a really well thought out, articulated opposition to my point. Overruled.
Yeah, I don't know. That one doesn't bother me that much. You know what? You know what I would blame is Dave Roberts. Not
It's
that
like
much.
baseball actively works against their stars. It's already a sport that's really hard to get your star in the proper position. We don't tell Curry he can't shoot. We don't tell Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes they can't have Mahomes have the 2-minute series. And then in baseball, we're like, hey. And then inevitably the next guy up is like, he was a September call-up and just pinch ran in the 8th.
For God's sakes.
It's Mookie in that. But then there's guys that are in the big positions. And the major note that Joe Davis gave, which was a great note, was like, boy, resurgence in his career after he bought himself a home pitching machine during COVID. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Isn't that? I guess I don't know. I'm going to keep disagreeing with you on this one a little bit because I like that baseball is different from the other sports. Much like you just said, I grant everything you just said. Baseball does sometimes work against its stars. You're absolutely right. It's very well said. It couldn't be more accurate. But I
just think there should be a limit. There should be a limit on the number of intentional walks. And here's the reason: the fact that we don't actually pitch the intentional walks doesn't force the pitcher and catcher to actually work. If you can't just stand up and an intentional walk or just send them to first, and you've got to actually pitch around them, if there's runners on, there's chance for a pass ball.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of things that are in baseball and a part of the fabric of baseball that you're removing, and I don't love that.
I would be with you if you said get rid of the like let him walk down to first. You actually have to put out your arm and throw it like you used to.
No, not even that. Like pitch around him.
But they would just
throw
waste
4 balls.
All right.
But a pitch count. But that's the thing. A pitch count is a part of the fabric of baseball.
True.
Getting to the next pitcher, getting to the reliever, getting that guy, and then we're just saying oh no, you can minimize your pitch count, and he doesn't get to see. I mean, it's
okay.
I don't know.
Enough.
Can we talk some football?
We're
here to talk about something
football.
you know about. So let's talk some football.
Yes.
We're gonna. Sorry, I just threw that one right in there. That was not nice.
Read the bio. Read the bio.
Can Joel? Can one guard blow up an entire
Brock.
line?
Brock, do you remember that time that Salk was drafted out of high school to play minor league baseball?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty good too. Yeah.
Were you?
I mean, I was not bad. Hurt my hand. Wasn't able to keep playing. But if you want to go down that road, I mean, just insult the handicapped here. I mean, that's fine.
Hey, Joel. Salk wants to ask you about a guard.
I do.
Before we do that, can I be
Yeah.
just a little more wheelhouse, because you saw the University of Washington up close and personal. UW has a bye this week. I believe they'll be favored at Wisconsin. I believe they'll be favored at home. I believe they'll be favored at home versus Purdue. I believe they'll be favored on the road, speaking of betting, at UCLA. And then they will welcome the Oregon Ducks to Montlake for the season finale. Will they be 9-2 welcoming Oregon to town?
Yes, I think they absolutely will. And let me tell you, they were drastically different this last week. I was actually talking to Jed yesterday. They were not healthy on the offensive line. They're basically missing 2 offensive linemen at Michigan, and Michigan took advantage of them. And they're a far different team. They don't quite have the depth in his second year to miss those guys and still play their best football. But when they're healthy up front, that's a different team. And it's a team that I've loved all the way since preseason. I remember coming on this show in the summertime and saying, hey, guys, watch out for Washington. This is a dark horse team in the Big Ten. Not many people were talking about them, and candidly, the national media, in particular the Southern media and the 4-letter, have not paid attention to them at all during the course of the season. This is a team that I fully expect to be welcoming Oregon. They will be 9-2, and a win puts them directly in this clump of teams that are going to be debated upon in the committee room for a college football playoff appearance. And Jed's done an incredible job over the last year and a half. And I'm a big believer in Washington. That's a good football team. And even the game against Michigan got away from them. DeMond threw a couple of poor passes. They had some protection issues late in that game. It's 7-7 in the third quarter. Yep. And they don't have, their best offensive line. So I like Washington a lot. I absolutely think that they're going to win these 3 games and get to a point where they're playing with real implications. By the way, at home, where Oregon never plays well in Husky Stadium.
Right.
They really don't.
I was going to ask you if they're a year away, and then as I was starting to formulate that thought, I wondered whether you can even say that in college football anymore because of so many drastic changes that would occur every single offseason.
So hard. Yeah, I mean, look at the teams that brought a lot back and we expected a lot from. Clemson comes to mind. They had, I think it was 16 or 18 starters back with an experienced quarterback. They didn't do anything. And yet another team that brought a lot back on the offensive side, LSU, and then also built their defense in the transfer portal, that really hasn't worked out. They've fired their coach. Penn State had 16 starters back, experience all over. They fired their coach. They've lost 4 straight. It's harder than ever to predict the trajectory and year over year with these teams. But all things being considered, Washington is set up to be better next year than they were this year. Same with Michigan. Michigan's got a ton of freshmen out there. They're going to be good next year. But it's really difficult to say. One impactful transfer in the conference can change the entire power structure of any conference.
We started the conversation a little bit with gambling and just the unsustainable nature of some of this. What we're seeing in college football with this head coaching carousel, Joel, I have no
Oh my gosh.
Where's this going to go? I mean, who in the world are going to fill all of these roles and these jobs?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Brock, would you agree with me that LSU, Florida, and Penn State are all top 10 jobs in America?
Yes.
Okay. So you could make an argument that this year's cycle is already the best available jobs that we've had at one given time in years, maybe decades. And yet the talent pool is as thin as it's ever been.
Yep.
Ever been. And because of that, and because of the leverage that these guys have, Lane Kiffin's about to be the highest paid coach in college football just because, even though he hasn't won a championship, whether that's at Ole Miss or LSU, I think he's going to coach at one of those places. Franklin's going to get a huge deal somewhere. I think James Franklin probably fits at a place like Florida that needs stability, and say what you want about his record against top 10 opponents. Franklin gave them a lot of stability in every other sense at Penn State. And Dan Lanning's going to be making over $15 million a year because he's going to be looked at as a guy that maybe would move. And I don't know if he will or not. I would say it's 60-40, 65-35 that he would stay at Oregon because of the resources that they have. But the other staggering part about this cycle, and this is what blows my mind, is that you're probably going to get a move at Florida State. You're probably going to get a move at Auburn. And that's going to take the pool of dead money, buyout money, from what is already currently before November, $167 million in buyout money. And it's probably going to elevate that to close to $250 million. We're talking about $250 million for coaches not to coach in an era in which every athletic director will tell you around the country that their most needed commodity is financial resources. So when finances are being stretched to their thinnest point through revenue share and a host of other things, we're spending $250 million on coaches to not coach. It's staggering. Kiffin's going to get over $100 million deal wherever he decides to coach next year. And I don't know what to do about it. Honestly, do you cap coaches' salaries? Do you create a coaches pool for every team? If we're going to have a pseudo cap with revenue share on players, that that percentage of revenue goes to players, shouldn't there be a percentage of revenue that you can hire your coaching staff from? So great, pay your head coach $15 million, but you can't pay your coordinator $4 or $3. And I don't know what the fix is on that, but Brock, you're exactly right. It's totally unsustainable.
Does that money, just quickly, and pardon my ignorance, if James Franklin goes somewhere else next year and gets $15 million a year, does that money come off of what he's owed currently from Penn State?
Yes, generally it does. Now there are. So
that would take away some of the $250 million, right?
Yes.
100%.
Okay.
Yes, 100%. And a lot of this is not paid out in a lump sum. There's like a little money paid up front, and then it's a line item moving forward, similar to like dead cap space in the NFL, where you're paying a guy, over years, and you're not just paying him in a lump sum. Now, there are some contracts that don't have offset. That's what you're talking about, is offset language moving forward.
Wow.
I don't want to out them specifically, but there are guys with non-offsets. But as soon as those get really large, James has offset, Brian Kelly has offset. So wherever they go, those schools will be off the hook for a big portion of that money.
Let me. I'm talking to Joel Klatt, as we do every Wednesday at this time. Let me ask you more of a philosophical question about football, and it's one that Brock and I were debating earlier with regards to the trade deadline in the NFL coming up 6 days from now. If you're a good, maybe very good team, 5-2, 6-2 kind of team with aspirations to go somewhere this year, are you looking
maybe tied with the Rams? Maybe.
For example,
hypothetically.
But this is philosophical. Are you looking to try to fill a flaw, try to fix a flaw, or are you looking to become even more dominant at a place where you're already doing very well?
Bolster a strength or fix a flaw?
That's a great question. I mean, in a perfect world, you'd love to do both, but if you can only do one, I think that you need to raise the level of your weaknesses. Because in this sport, it's all about matchups. It's all about weaknesses once you get into the playoffs. That's all teams are going to attack is your weaknesses. So if you can go from average to good somewhere or weak to average somewhere, I think that you've increased the viability of your team in the playoffs more so than just taking a strength and making it stronger.
So let me give you the
that would be my philosophical answer.
The specifics we were discussing, and it's not necessarily a one or the other, and maybe neither are possible. But if you're the Seahawks, do you look to fix right guard, which has been a problem, and DJ went through a whole thing with Anthony Bradford yesterday after he watched the film. Do you go look for a veteran right guard who you can just plug in and sort of fix that weakness? Or do you say, hey, let's go get Max Crosby or someone along those lines? We've talked about Trey Hendrickson in the past, somebody at that level, and put him on the outside and make this defense, which is top 5, whatever it is you want to call it, make it top 2, top 3, one of the very best out there, and get those third down sacks with another serious star-like player at a very important position.
So, I love this type of debate. It's a great question. Hopefully I get this right. I'm going all the way back. This is 25 years back to like economics class, but the benefit you get, from taking a weakness and making it better, I think is a bigger return on investment than taking a strength and making it marginally better. And so you improve your team more so by improving a weakness than you do by taking something, because you're looking for like a percentage point up there at the top end if you go and try to improve a strength. Now, can it become dominant? Maybe, and maybe you can say you're tipping the overall quality of your team. That's certainly an argument. I would suggest that the return on investment and the margin of improvement for your team is greater when you're improving your weaknesses because of the nature of the sport and specifically how teams attack. So I would go guard and say like, hey, if we become better at guard and we can run the football more, play more complementary football, we can protect our passer a little bit better, we're going to improve ourselves to a more substantial margin than just getting a Max Crosby.
It's kind of what you tried to do, right? When you said the bigs are big and the littles tackle, like you tried to improve upon DJ's thing, and then
I thought that
it was marginal improvement.
I took the weakest part of the comment and tried to strengthen it.
Smart.
The best part of the comment was Little's tackling in space is the one thing I think no one talks about, and it's probably the constant of every great defense that we've ever seen is that tackling in space on the perimeter, your Little's got to tackle.
The no-fly zone did it. The Legion of Boom did it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think everybody talks about the big guys, but I think that's a very astute point. So way to go. You did. I was looking
for more return on investment when I threw it out as my own to the nation.
It's very impressive.
Yeah.
Joel, thank you. A great half hour as always. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll do it again next week.
Yeah.
And you got what? Ohio State, Penn State this week?
Yeah, I got to go check on my apartment in Columbus. It's I haven't been there in a while.
See you, Joel. There goes Joel Klatt. He joins us every week at this time from Fox, and great to get his thoughts on the entire world, Brock. Not just college football,
gambling,
pro
baseball, football, pro football. Dude can do it all.
Little of every, even some financial tax stuff. I was curious how he was so against the government taking taxes, but also wants to take it away from the coaches and the. So it helps and regulate this, but not. Okay, just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I have a lot to react to there, man. There is a lot, especially at the end. I don't know whether I agree with him. I'm not disagreeing necessarily.
Well, you're going to have to do that at the end of this next segment because I'm starting it with Washington Wednesday.
Washington Wednesday,
said there.
And then we dig into what Joel said, and then Shannon Drayer a little bit later. I also had the story. Oh, my God, we got too much to do. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. It's Charbonnet. He's going to go. throw. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Lake Washington Windows was voted best in the Northwest. Celebrate by saving 25% off new Leak Armor installed windows through October. Plus enjoy 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest until 2026. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there, and it was cool because you got to take them through and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with, and so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Stacy here, and I have had a horrible experience selling and buying a car. That's real. So trust me when I say I know a good experience when I see and feel it. Selling that old car or getting a new one from a place you can trust does make a difference. And that's been my experience at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. These are real people I'm talking about here. Mark and Chris have been absolutely wonderful. I also met The Way himself. They all care about making sure you have a hassle-free, low-pressure experience. And they mean it, because you can sell your old car to Wayscar Ford, get paid for it that day, and then get a second check when they split the profit of selling that car with you. You can also explore a competitive selection for your new ride and upgrade like I did. I upgraded to a 2025 Bronco Sport, heated steering, all-wheel drive, leather interior. I'm obsessed. Wayscar Ford is family-owned and operated for 103 years in Auburn. Lifetime powertrain on all new Fords, never any pressure. If you change your mind within 5 days or 500 miles, take it back for a 100% refund. WayscarFord.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Our good friend Shannon Drayer is going to, I think, maybe even be in studio with us at 9:30, maybe on the phone. We'll see where it goes. If she's in studio, Brock, might have her come help the trash master at 9:45. Make some determinations on the trashest take that you guys come up with. So,
do we still have the two hats?
Yeah,
we got the bucket hat.
I think we do. Shannon could wear the bucket hat. I wouldn't mind letting her borrow that for the day if she's willing. So that'll happen a little bit later. I should say also that tomorrow at 8:00 we plan to do Here's the Thing, as we do every week. But we need submissions. So if you guys have something you'd like to say, since last week, a lot has happened.
We had a lot either commemorating or, maybe being a little upset about the end of the Mariners season last week. And now it's kind of gone dark. I think people are in mourning a little bit still.
Have I not said enough dumb things this week to get people to, make fun of me for something? You have nothing to say to Lyle?
Is the soccer community got nothing to say to Salk?
The Seahawks are on a bye. So, yeah, just make fun of us if you're not feeling the sports side of it.
Yeah, we'll take it. I think all four of us are ready. If you have jokes about Morris Fingers or Lyle in general, whatever you got, we're big boys and girls, and we can handle it.
What kind of breed of sound hound I would be earlier, someone was like, "What's the one with the biggest paws?"
Oh, see, that's not right. Sort of like a greyhound or like a Great Dane.
No,
I don't think
not
so.
a Great Dane. She'd be more greyhound.
A Saluki.
I don't even know what that is.
Can we get to Washington Wednesday for crying out loud?
I think we should.
Please do that?
Oh, you don't like when people derail a segment?
Oh,
no.
poor.
I hate it, Maura. Stay on task.
He only doesn't like it when it has to do with his beloved Huskies.
Stay on task.
Washington Wednesdays, presented by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Especially when our greyhound, Soundhound, finds 5 good cuts. I'd like to get through a lot of these.
I think if you Google image a Saluki, you're gonna say that's the best. That's the best one right there. I think if you do a little Google image on a Saluki,
okay.
Oh my gosh.
You'll say that I nailed it.
Saluki.
Saluki.
They are very long limbed.
I think you'll say that I nailed it.
Isn't that the mascot of Southern Illinois?
I was gonna just quiz Salk on that to see if he knew it.
I knew that. Yes.
You did know that?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that the Huskies were 6-2? Did you know that they could be favored in the next 3 games?
Yeah.
And did you know that they're a dark horse for the playoffs, Salk? Did you know all of that?
Of course I did.
As we sit here on their bye week?
Yeah.
And did you know that they have a bye week? And here was in cut number 16, Jed Fish's plan on how to attack this week.
Happy bye week Monday, huh? So we are going to have 3 more days of practice. We'll get back at it with the guys today. And then we'll work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, some of Thursday. Coaches will go out recruiting. Players will be off for a couple days. And then we'll all get back at it preparing for Wisconsin. We'll begin our preparation probably tomorrow's practice for Wisconsin. Today will be about corrections from Saturday as well as fundamentals.
And so heading into last year, right? Jed Fish's first year, after all the tumult and Kalen leaving and everything else and the national championship game run and all of it, I said to you, man, if this team can find a way to get to a bowl, just be in year number one, the cupboards aren't totally bare. There's some good players here, and if Jed can bring some of his Arizona guys, which he did, if you can get to 6 wins in year number one, I think that's a success. Heading into this year, what was my number? Can you get to 8? Can you get to 9? If you get to 8 to 9 wins with the first year young quarterback, and some of the transfers that have come in a very talented recruiting class, and you're building upon and yet another talented recruiting class, you get to 8 or 9 wins. That's a success. Yeah, and now with what's looming ahead and how Wisconsin has absolutely fallen off a cliff. Honestly, I think they've scored like 1 touchdown in 4 games. I mean, they are a horrendous outfit offensively, still salty on defense, and it'll be a hard game on the road, yada, yada, yada. Purdue is at the bottom. They're in year 1 of a new staff. UCLA, while invigorated a little bit by Jerry Neuheisel, is still on the struggle bus. I mean, now you don't get to 9 wins. I think it would be a disappointment. Right? Are you at Oregon's level roster-wise? No. I liked your question too.
Yeah, those 3 get you to 9, right?
That's right.
And then you would need an Oregon win to get you to 10.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And that, that's going to probably be difficult. But who knows where Oregon's at in a couple weeks. And they've got to play USC, and they got to play Iowa, and they've got some games on their schedule too. But, yeah, I think to be sitting here 8 games in and to a bye week, and if you, said, hey, before the year, you're 6-2, heading into this bye week before that trip to Wisconsin, I think Jed would sign up for it. I think Pat Chum would sign up for it. I think any Husky would sign up for it. And then the way they played. Right, the way that DeMond has popped, and the way that Boston Player of the Week has popped, and the way that Jonah Coleman's become a stud, and the way that he's brought these transfers in and building a culture. Yeah, man, there is a lot of positive momentum over there. Let's not just consider the Mariners
I think that's
and the
right.
Seahawks. There is a lot of cool momentum.
I just don't know what momentum means in that sport right now when, next year can bring about an entirely new landscape in every way.
And maybe Florida is calling Jed Fish.
Exactly.
And LSU is calling Jed Fish, and we'll see Florida State calling Jed Fish.
And then if he goes somewhere, and then DeMond says, yeah, maybe I'd like to go with him. And now you're right. And now you find a new course. So as much as this feels like a team that is 1 year away, I don't know what that means in today's version of college football. So
no.
All right, good stuff. That's a Washington Wednesday. Am I right about did you look up the Saluki? Did anybody look up the Saluki?
I'm too focused. I was too focused.
Oh, you got to look up the Saluki. I think this is.
You had a short story you were going to share with me before Joel Klatt jumped on.
I can give you a short story. Well, I think so. I just. What are we doing, Brock?
Oh my gosh!
Did I nail it?
That's Mora.
Right? That's Mora's a dog.
A Saluki.
They're very tall and long limbed.
Yes.
Mora, you're a Saluki.
With the fur / hair, like the whole thing. It is as Mora as a dog could get.
Almost has your haircut. This picture that I'm looking at too. It's got long hair. Mora, you are a Saluki.
Yeah.
An ancient, elegant slight hound known for its speed and independent nature.
I mean, could that describe Mora better?
Well, other than the speed, we saw that.
More of a distance
More
runner.
of a distance speed. More of a distance speed.
Yeah.
But yes.
Pretty impressive, huh?
They hunt primarily by sight rather than strong scent.
Love rabbits, hunting rabbits. They like to kill rabbits. Yes.
Okay.
Well,
get on that,
done,
Mora.
Salk.
All right, thank you. I do what I can. No, I don't have time to tell you the story. I'm sorry. We got to go to break. We got to take a little break. We got Shannon coming up. We got trash takes to get to, Brock. We got too much. So we'll come right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. If we go quick, I'll tell you a quick story. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Eamon-Wari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, make this hump day, this Wednesday, make this day the day that you take care of your insurance, especially if you've been assuming you got the right rates, if you've been assuming you've got right coverage, time for you to stop assuming, get over the hump, and take the First Mark Insurance Challenge like Molly and I did, my parents have done, so many of my friends have done, folks in the building have done, because the assumptions go out the door. Here's how they do it. Here's how First Mark goes to work for you. They will fully analyze your current coverage and your situation, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then Unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for years to find you in your situation the very best fit. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. Think of it this way. FirstMark's your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a day longer. Take the FirstMark Insurance Challenge. It's totally free, and you might be the next FirstMark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafeet from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So, Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now, get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
It's a bummer when, you get an opportunity for a great Game 4 coming on the heels of the, 18-inning masterpiece the day before. And it was just kind of a dud. Blue Jays win. It was close early, and Shohei pitched well, but not well enough. And ultimately, Vlad has just been a force. There's just nothing you could do.
There's a fly ball to deep left center field. Headed back there. It is gone. Vlad Jr. gives the Jays the lead. The franchise face putting the team on his back.
No defense for a ball that goes over the fence, that's for sure. And Vlad did it once again yesterday. Brock Bichette, Barger, Clement, Lucas, all nice. I mean, the Blue Jays team, when they get it rolling, does look
and it was just
impressive.
The only home run of the game, but it does continue that trend of the team that out-homers the other team wins these games in the playoffs. So, question for you. If Toronto gets it done tonight and they beat Blake Snell and they put 4 or 5 runs on the board as they did in the opener, does this calm any of your fears about the Mariners pitching? Because if this lineup can do this to the Dodgers staff,
maybe. I don't know.
Just a little?
No.
Does it put a little perspective on how hot these guys are in Toronto?
They are really
right
hot.
now?
There's no doubt. We kind of started the show with this, Brock, because people are giving me a lot. Every time the Blue Jays win, I get like a whole barrage of Salt's an idiot.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, that's a huge surprise. I know. Weird, right? They don't seem to come in when the Blue Jays lose, but when the Blue Jays win, the barrage comes pouring in.
Oh, you didn't get that when Yamamoto complete game?
No, I didn't get it. Didn't get it on that day. No, nobody was bragging about their contact skills or anything else. And I'll just keep saying, it's not that the Blue Jays are a bad team. Obviously, they're 2 games away from winning a World Series. But are they overly, unbelievably impressive? No. And I still think the Mariners had a better, more talented roster. And the fact that, one decision in the 7th inning was the difference of Game 7 between these 2 teams does not tell me one is better than the other.
Those numbers in that 7-game series offensively were really different.
You are
between the
2 innings away from winning that series. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just don't believe. Yeah, they were hot, and they've been very hot here. And a couple of those guys, especially at the bottom of the lineup, are on fire. I'm just not 100% convinced on that one. Nor am I convinced that Josh Naylor's looking to leave just because he commented on Cal Raleigh's end-of-the-season post saying, "I'll see you around, my friend. We'll always be rooting for you. Godspeed."
Shannon better have some insight
I
into
know.
this, or I'm going to be...
We'll talk to Shannon coming up in about 15 minutes.
Don't play games, Josh.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Oh, this sound from DJ just gets me, man. He just broke him. It's yeah, look, I've got something to tell you guys. I've been doing homework, and I'm ready to crush what's happening at right guard for the Seahawks right now.
So I went back and I watched a lot of Anthony Bradford, including all of his pressures that he's allowed. Not good. It was tough. And I tried to categorize them when I was charting them and going through it. And I was saying, okay, so there's different ways you can get beat. A guy can, change your direction. A guy could cross your face. Okay, that's an issue. You could have a mental error where you're not seeing a twist or you're not picking things up. So it's a little bit of a mental bust. So he has a couple of each of those. You have some on the edges where guys just kind of beat you right off the snap, off the edge a little bit. There was 3 of those. Man, I had 9 of those pressures were just pure power, or him just lunging and ducking his head.
Ugh. I mean, Brock, my reaction was exactly the same as yours. All right, if he's going to get beat occasionally off the edge because he's too slow, all right, I guess I get that. He's not the fastest guy, but just getting out bull rushed?
That's right.
I mean, that seems untenable for a guy that's supposed to be his strength.
That's right. So why? So then you got to ask yourself why. Why are they sticking with him? Why have they been so patient with him through the years? He was on the struggle bus a lot last year. Right? I mean, obviously, there's something in this brain trust of John Benton and Rico and the other guys that are involved at that line of scrimmage, Salk, that believe there's still more there. And maybe they're trying to squeeze the very last drip of juice out of it, like the Mariners did with Dylan Moore when he was, 1 for 92 with 70 strikeouts or whatever it was. Like there's something there that they're trying to get out, trying to believe.
He's a huge dude, but if he's getting like power rushed, I at some point, give up the ghost, man. Like it just doesn't feel like this is going to work. Other than that, maybe they just don't like their other options, and that's got its own problems there as well. You are 6 days away from the trade deadline. Obviously, this is a conversation. Do you try to fix that problem before it's too late?
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And then a nice comeback for the Kraken last night, down 3-0 in the third period, about 14 minutes left, and then Brandon Montour scored to give them life. Then they score again. Shane Wright that time, Brock, as he does seem to come up with the occasional big goal, which hopefully will continue. And then with just about 2 minutes left.
Now Vince Dunn again. One-timer, Montour, he scores! Hey, hey! What do you say? Brandon Montour!
Yeah, curious if this will continue. If the Kraken can keep playing this level of hockey, better than a point a game, in and around first place in their division, will it bring back some of the relevance that we saw a couple of years ago? I hope so.
And then the style of play, just something to hold on to. Because I think even in that playoff year with Hackstall, there was the sum of all the parts. But I don't ever remember you or hockey folks being like, oh, yeah, the style plays or this is building. Or it was more of like, wow, this is pretty cool. And this is a veteran group of guys that are kind of overachieving. And it's more about their depth than it was necessarily a distinct conviction or style or talent. And, yeah, again, I'll just kind of keep reiterating it. It's going to take their young people and their young draft picks to continue to emerge and take steps. And feels through the first month of the season that has happened in a bunch of spots.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, I'll just say quickly, Brock, it's not like a huge story, but we've become a volleyball family, which is new for the Salks.
That's it. They've got volleyball at the Kraken Ice Play?
They don't. No, we have to go elsewhere for volleyball, but that's actually part of the story. Wow. The volleyball scene is fascinating. This is a whole new thing. Like the nice thing about the hockey scene is it's kind of niche.
Yeah.
But the volleyball scene's a little more mainstream right now, and it's growing, and there's tons of girls out there playing, and there's all these clubs. So a couple of things that just jumped out to me from the club volleyball tryouts. And kudos to Avery. Congratulations. She made a team. I'm really excited for her. An under-14 team, so we're going to be going to some volleyball tournaments and the like, and we'll see a whole lot more of that. But two or three things jumped out to me from these turnouts, and I don't understand what we're doing. 1, 70 girls show up for a tryout. Fine.
Yep.
12 are going to make the team. Fine. At the end of 2 of the 3 hours, they tell 35 of the girls to leave.
Gotta go.
Look, I am not.
No soup for you.
I am not of. You know
no soup
me.
for you.
I believe in competition. I believe in hardening kids a little bit
I can't
more.
even look at you. Get out of my face.
But throwing half of the 13, 14-year-old girls out of the gym feels a little Lord of the Flies. Like, it feels very unnecessary.
You don't belong. You ain't good enough. Get out.
Don't you find that surprising? In this day and age where everyone gets a trophy still to a point, like, everyone gets a trophy unless you're not good enough to play for this girls' volleyball team, in which case we cut you and you have to stand outside in the rain because your parents didn't know that there was going to be a cut halfway through. And then you've got to walk through the gauntlet of parents that are there ready. Like, are you kidding me? It feels like the most bizarre, like Middle Ages. Like, I can't believe they do that. Anyway, that was shocking to me.
Do they get orange slices on the way out?
No, just they get a
certificate of participation.
A kick in the rear end. Do not ever come back in this gym. I thought that was, and like half of them are trying out with their friends, so they're like leaving their friends who made the team.
Were they crying too?
Of course, some of them are crying, dude. It was awful. It was awful to watch. I never want to see it again. It was terrible. I don't understand why they can't just even if you have to divide them into different courts, why do you have to make them leave in the middle? Couldn't you even say, okay, there's an hour and a half tryout, then a 20-minute break, and then another hour and a half. And during that break, you could choose, so that it's normal. Making these kids trudge off so awful. It was so horrible. Here's the second thing that I found a little crazy, Brock. In addition to oh, hey, we're in Seattle, but we practice in Granite Falls. Sure. I thought that one was a little rich.
Yep.
How about this? Oh, you'd like to play for this team? That's a 7-month commitment. What? 7 months. A 7-month commitment to a volleyball team?
7 days a week.
It's
4
not.
a.m. in the morning.
It's
we're getting
not
up.
that,
Let's
thankfully.
Go.
But my God. Anyway, that was what I got. That's what I found.
I so love that you're getting introduced to these worlds that I've been around and walked around.
And it's fun, and I'm enjoying it. I love it.
Yes.
But every once in a while, a few of the things will jump out to me. I'm like, why are they making these girls leave in front of everybody else right in the middle? Maura, you've been a 14-year-old girl. Would you consider that to be the height of confidence, self-confidence, 14 years old as a girl? 13, 14?
No, definitely not.
Not the height of self-confidence. Can you imagine trying out for something and then being asked to walk the gauntlet to leave in front of half your friends?
That would be rough, yeah.
It's horrific. I can't believe they do that. All right, I got to go. We'll come back with Shannon, a great volleyball player in her own right. She was an outside hitter, I think, in college, and she'll join us next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Hey, luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Book at the hotel. It is beautiful. I was watching some of the commercials for it last night during the hockey game, and they really do it justice. It's awesome. The views are incredible. The pool, whole indoor-outdoor deal, so you can use it all throughout the fall and winter. The new sports bar is amazing. 66 TVs, great food. The whole deal's great. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Every year we see a spike in serious accidents involving motor vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians occurring in the few days after daylight saving time. If you are injured in an accident, protect your legal rights with an experienced team of lawyers who know how to get results. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 to request a free legal consultation or get my free book on car accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Heward here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Shannon Drayer is here in studio. She's done with her long season. She's recovered from the immediate aftermath and the little cold/brutal illness that she dealt with, of course, because that's what happens when you keep traveling as much as she has.
Alive.
She's alive. She's here, Brock, and we've got her for usually a couple of weeks after eventually January. Shannon gets her little vacation, which she's incredibly well-deserved, especially after the extra 3 weeks of work this year.
Did you say January?
Yeah, January. Take January and just turn it into January. No?
You never heard us talk about that?
You never heard us talk about January?
No.
Oh, really? I thought
yeah,
that was public knowledge.
She's under January.
It's just January. Brian Long coined that like 15 years ago.
Hey.
January. Just a little time off after the season. Big picture. I'm going to get to Naylor. I want to get to Polanco, a couple of other. But just now that it's all over, what was your biggest takeaway from the Wild Ride?
Playoffs are hard. They are really hard. Yeah. Which was a huge learning for me because obviously I don't have much experience with them. We had that little taste of it in 22, and this was nothing compared to that. I think you heard how emotional Jerry and Justin were at the press conference last week, and it really hit Justin. It 2 times. You heard you talked about the fans, and he started really tearing up, and he teared up a second time when he talked about the players, and he noted that he had been traveling with the team for most of the second half, so he'd been doing the travel part, and then in the postseason the travel got insane. It wasn't like your normal travel where you're somewhere, you get in like on one night and you're there for 3 or 4 days. It was 2 days in, 2 days out. And in the case of the Mariners, you were talking 6 cross-country trips in 14 days, which is insane. And throw in some customs here and there, too. And then Justin said, those guys went out and played and posted every day. He knew how he felt from the time changes and then different game times. Every day was a different game time, and they just went. They all wanted to play every day. It was the end of the season, mind you, and you just find this other gear. And so for them, it was hard. For the fans, I got it much more than I'd ever gotten it before. I mean, there were mornings where I woke up and I was just, nothing good is ever going to happen again. That was so bad last night.
We call that a Lyle
I just didn't think it was in me. And I was just like, I'm always, let's not overreact to anything. There's another game. And I just sort of wake up and darn it.
It is hilarious, though, how
and that goes on for 2, 3 weeks. I'm like, how do you do this if you get to the World Series? I mean, it is
It's a wild ride. It's up,
it
it's
is
down.
Crazy.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
Wow.
And that's why I think Fox does such a good job of it, Brock. We often talk about it. Just the way Fox shows the people in the crowd who are just, you can see their insides being torn apart just watching their team play. And certainly over the course of 18 innings the other night, you got to see plenty of that in LA with the fans. I love that element.
Do you think some of the emotion too, Shannon? Yesterday we had our senior tackle. We have senior night tomorrow night for the boys, and final, regular season home game and everything else, and just this. And I talked to a few of them, and they're just like, "This is surreal. Like I can't believe it's over." Do you think some of the emotion too was Jerry and Justin know that this crew, this team, will never be together again in its totality?
You get that every year. I mean, every year, and some years there are a few. There are a handful where you're just like, "Thank goodness it's over." But most years there's like a last day of school feeling to it, and the day after the last day of school, and I liked school, so if you didn't like school, you probably had much more of the other.
Sorry, Lyle.
But it is just like it is. Every season is different. You never bring back the same exact team, and there are pluses and minuses of that. But I think that there was a genuine affection for what this team did, and I think that there was also a gratitude for what they did because they were on a bad path for a little while.
So with all that being said, Shannon, why is Josh Naylor trying to leave? Why is he insinuating on Instagram that he wants out immediately and he'll never sign with the Mariners? Now that's an exaggeration.
That what happened?
No, not at all. But people are curious about this. I'll just read it one more time so people can hear it. Cal had posted a picture of him and Naylor, kind of smacking heads, and his comment to it was, "My neck still hurts," I think referring to their head bashing, "but it was worth it all. See you around, my friend. See you around, my friend. We'll always be rooting for you. Godspeed." I mean, it's weird. I suggested maybe he was referring to his godlike speed on the bases, but what do you think why is he saying that?
Well, he's a free agent right now. And nobody's really going to tip their hand at that point. And it's no surprise that he would want to look around. He is a young free agent at that. So he's not going to, he wants people to know that he is available. His preference, is it to come back to the Mariners? I don't know. But even if it was, I think that most in his position are going to be non-committal on where they're going to be. It's not the first post he put out like that. His first post at the end of the year was very neutral too, and he mentioned basically the Mariners and the Diamondbacks and thanked them for everything they did and their fans on kind of equal ground, that's where he is right now. That is where he is, and it's up to the Mariners right now, and they had been working on it quite a bit, and you heard about it. There was pretty active recruiting, not just the Mariners, but pretty much the city of Seattle. They pulled in the Kraken. They pulled in all sorts of other, just everything they could do to highlight the city and showcase it. But for him to still go out and look around, that shouldn't be surprising in any way, shape, or matter. And is there a possibility there is a place that he would feel might be better for him? Yes. He was here for a short amount of time. And he's had a lot of time to think about it. He's been thinking about this probably for the last 2-3 years.
Well, that's what I was saying to Brock earlier. I agree with everything you just said, and obviously I'm exaggerating for those who didn't quite get the joke, that this is a panic-inducing moment. But I do think he is, just like you do, Shannon, kind of letting it be known that he is a free agent. Unlike Cal, he chose to go all the way to free agency. He hasn't signed a deal yet. He went all the way through his arbitration years and everything else, and now he's a free agent.
Right.
And I don't think anybody would begrudge him after taking all of that risk and betting on himself to now go and look to maximize what he bet on. I mean, it makes perfect sense. This is real betting, not like metaphorical betting, not like Chauncey Billups betting. It's a different style of betting when you bet on yourself this way. And I don't begrudge him that at all. But I really, really can't imagine this team next year without him.
Yeah, and it's a possibility. I mean, both New York teams possibly looking, or one for sure, it almost sounds like, for a first baseman. And would East Coast fit his life better? You know, he is a new father. Does he want to? He hasn't really been in a permanent spot. And he is somebody that I don't think has been too sentimental to where he has been. It's I talked to him one day about all the different places that he's been, and you know he lived for a time in Texas, and I asked, Texas? Why Texas? That didn't add up to anything.
Right.
There was a great trainer out there, and he said, I'll go anywhere to get better and to get that kind of work. So I really think that. I think he's kind of a wild card in that situation. I don't think he's going to be too sentimental to any one area. I think it's going to be about what's best for him and
Have you talked to him
professionally and his family, which he has.
Talked to him about
now
the tax structure differences, Shannon, in New York versus Washington? Okay, it will benefit him
Brock,
greatly.
I sat down one day, I pulled up a chair, put on my glasses,
Yes.
and started to talk to him about taxes because our
Appreciate
taxes
that.
would be so
Taxes are
similar
taxes.
too at
Well,
that
yes.
point. And yes, I'm sure he's got great people that will alert him to that.
What do you do with Jorge Polanco? Because he's going to get a
Keep him.
raise, certainly.
I keep him. I find a way to keep him.
So you think it's that important?
I do, and I think that one of the things that's, I've heard people talking about it, well, he can play a little second base, he can DH. Pretty sure he can play first base, too. That was the buzz that I was getting on him, that he actually, not just stand over there, but with work with Perry Hill, that might be the next thing for him. He could be a good first baseman. And that is something that has been kind of a little bit of a black hole for the Mariners of late, until they got Josh Naylor in there and put him in there. Going back to when Ty France was hitting a little bit more. And I think that all of a sudden Polanco's got even more versatility right now. And I think that he was instrumental to what they did this year. You don't keep him for too long, but
it's a hard one, man. I
will not stand for this. I'm not going to stand for this. I don't like it. I don't like any part of this conversation.
Why?
Because Josh Naylor's got to be a Seattle Mariner. He's just got to be for this team, for the clubhouse, for the edge, for.
It's up to Josh
space.
Naylor.
I understand.
I'll go ahead and say the Mariners have done everything that they can. Shive, you can't sit down and talk about the dollars.
Right.
But
the dollars are going to be a pretty big deal.
They're going to be big.
So the
but I mean,
Mariners
they
play a
did
role in
all
it.
of the other things that are important. Your wife's having a kid. Hey, take our jet, fly home, come back. That kind of thing. You like hockey? We're going to get you some ice time. Let's go.
No, I agree. They've
Julio,
done all
go
of
drive
those
the Zamboni. You go get to skate.
But if somebody else offers, 5 years and $200 million,
sure,
and they offer 3 years and $100 million, then that's not going to be much of a conversation.
I don't know how insane you go about it. 5 years would
I'm
be
making
insane.
up numbers,
yes,
obviously.
Yes.
But
I think you have to have, obviously this is nowhere where you want to go cheap.
Did you see the Jim Bowden numbers? I don't know whether you put a lot of stock into
Seen
Jim
all
Bowden's.
sorts of numbers.
I don't know whether I do either, but his numbers for Naylor were 4 and 90.
Okay.
Would you go 4 and 90 for Josh Naylor? $22.5 million a year for 4 years. That would be his ages 28, 29, 30.
I think that would be a bit of an
seasons.
overpay.
See, I would do that. It might be an overpay.
I'm not
but
saying
I
I
would go
wouldn't do it. I think this year is going to be so strange with the lockout and how that plays into it.
I know. I'm trying to sort of have the conversation without that, just because it does complicate things in ways I don't know that we understand.
You're paying
yet.
him more than Julio at that point.
Well, Julio probably signed a deal he shouldn't have signed because he wanted to get rid of those arbitration years. I mean, I get it.
You have to also sit back. I mean, this is hard. This is hard. Was he great for this team? Yes. Would I like him back? Yes. And somebody has to sit down, and how often is he going to post? He's not a guy. I don't think he's played over 125 games in a season.
Okay.
You have to look at also platoon splits were much more even with him this year. They haven't been historically, and that is where Polanco would really come in handy as well if you get into that situation.
Jorge's such an interesting one. First of all, you can give a qualifying offer to either of them, right? I mean, so that you could bring them back. Can they get a qualifying offer at that point? Or is that only
Naylor
for a
can because he
veteran?
was traded.
Okay, so maybe he can't get a qualifying offer. I'm not entirely sure how all that works. But the Polanco one's funny because while we consider talking about those prime years for Naylor, the Polanco one, while I agree with everything you said, gets complicated by the health, the age, right? And while you say, okay, I don't want to go too long with him, what if somebody else looks at the year he just had and says, yeah, screw it, I'll go 4 or 5 years.
I don't think you're. See, I think you're talking 3 to 4. 3. Would you do 2 and an option? I think would be.
Okay, but what if somebody else offers him 4?
Well, then you're out. But I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not the way I want the conversation.
I know. Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, I'm talking Polanco, not Naylor.
No, I know.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think someone's going to offer Jorge some money after what he just did, especially in the postseason. It's not going to surprise me at all if his market is everyone looks at it and says, okay, we
the
see
Astros will take another try.
Well, wouldn't you if you were the Astros and you look at it?
Well, in that case.
Yeah, and I think Cal's future as if the more days you want to get him off his feet and not catching over time, the more valuable the DH position is here. And that way, Polanco, I think, fits very well because he can DH and he can play another position. But I got some, I don't know. I love Jorge Polanco, but I got some question marks there. Seriously, I do.
Shannon, it's October 29th. When do you anticipate some more smoke to the fire of these different conversations?
Well, obviously, I mean, they have to make decisions. Polanco's not going to pick up the option. They have the exclusive negotiating with Naylor right now. I don't know. I think that this will probably draw out a little bit for probably both of them. And we are accustomed to seeing the Mariners make a quick hit somewhere pretty quickly. But, they're different. They're not like prime markets, either of them. First base is always just kind of a weird kind of market right there. And what is going to have to fall into place to, is Alonso going to have to get signed before this makes sense for Naylor to sign? Polanco is just such an interesting case, and maybe he is somebody that you could get done a little bit quicker if you make a very fair in whatever he is looking for right now. He's a little different in that he's a little bit more established here. He's a little bit older. He understands it here. He's probably got his systems here a little bit more. Got little kids that are in school here. Things work for him better. Does he really want to go somewhere else and have another first year, which did not go well for him?
Right.
And I think he was the classic case of, man, everything's different when you go to a new city, a new team, especially if, you have your routines, if you have your family, if they have their routines. That might be a quicker sell, easier sell.
Brock, I think we gotta do trash takes tomorrow. I got too many things to ask Shannon about here, and we only have another 7 or 8 more minutes to do it. Brock and I debated pitching this morning and whether or not you need more pitching.
Yes.
And we're kind of going down
like you did last year and like you did the year before, like I said, at the end of both years.
So what does that look like? I mean, just looking at does that mean going out in the free agent market and trying to sign one of these guys? I mean, that's Ranger Suarez, that's Michael King, Shane Bieber. Like, are you looking to take on a 30-year-old starting pitcher at this stage?
I don't know. I said you need it. I don't know how you fix it.
Okay.
It's like 2 years ago. As good as the pitching was, I said, here's an interesting, why don't you just double and triple down on the pitching? That's what you're building around. Last year, I didn't feel good about the pitching. Why? Because they had all thrown so many innings. They had all been so healthy. They were ripe for something to happen. Happened 3 times. And it hurt them. What they have going for them right now that they didn't have them is they have much more balance with this team. So I don't think you are as pitching dependent. I don't think you need as much as you did then. But then the starting pitching was so disappointing for the majority of the year this year.
Yeah, they finished 13th in ERA.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and point out that they were much better in the second half, so I think they're trending. And when you look at the injuries, when you look at how many people you had to have filling in for the number of, I'm not surprised
all that is fair,
by
but
that.
13th in ERA, 23rd in ERA on the road.
Right, and it was every time a national person would talk about, they've got this great pitching, I'd look at them and say, turn the page, it's 2025. And how do they address that? Do you trust in what you saw in the second half? Because they had very good pitching in the second half, which is short. You're talking 2 months. Pretty good down the stretch in the postseason. But what gets me is other teams are catching up to them when you look at rotations. The Mariners don't have, I am a true ace. I am a small ace club. They don't have a true ace. They've got a lot of good pitchers. They're going to make it starters. They're going to make it tough on you over a series because you keep throwing it over them, or you keep throwing it at them. But you can look at different rotations, and this guy, they've got you look at what Skubal could do. It's a miracle that the Mariners did what they were able to do twice against that. But you can look at you can look at the Phillies. That was the eye opener right there when you looked at their rotation, and they're just light years ahead with what they've got with Suarez. And what they were able to,
do you think the Blue Jays have an ace?
They might.
Or you think Gossman's in that category?
Well, they have a growing ace, I think, in Savage.
Maybe.
Possibly. Gossman, no.
See, I kind of put the Blue Jays in a similar category to the Mariners. They got a bunch of guys that are good right now. I mean, certainly they're showing it in the postseason. I don't really see a true ace in Toronto.
And you know what? The Mariners might have a postseason ace. They might. Kirby might be that guy. Is he going to be it all year long? I don't know. He had one hiccup this year, but watching him in what he does, perhaps he's the guy that you don't want to face then. But to me, there are other teams. They've got young pitchers coming up that are doing things that this group isn't doing. It's the bar keeps getting raised.
Excuse me. Hold on a second. On line one, what's that, Mr. Wu? Oh, you wanted to tell Shannon that Brian Wu was an ace for 26 consecutive start. I'm sorry, Mr. I got to go. I'm on the air. Bye.
Okay, so that is a number one versus how many innings did he average a game?
Mm-hmm.
Is he the guy that you're driving to the ballpark every 5 days saying, we're going to win tonight?
I just wish we had gotten to see it in the...
different. It's a different level.
Do you think you'd feel differently
It's a different level.
If Brian Wu had been healthy, and it's a big what if, and there's no way to answer this other than hypothetically. If Brian Wu had been healthy and shoved in the postseason, would have had the game one start, what if Brian Wu had dominated his starts in the postseason? Would you feel differently?
Was he going to do that this year, though?
I don't know. I'm asking hypothetically.
How many he blew by his innings total by, 50 this year, and then you want him to go be an ace in the postseason?
Well, what if he hadn't had a pec injury? I mean, he did have a freak injury in his last...
I think he was starting to fall off just a little bit even before that happened because it was his first year where they took the gloves off and said, go throw innings.
That was my hypothetical.
He was amazing in what he did in carrying this, especially considering... This was the guy they were careful with. It's okay, 5 innings, 6 innings. Okay, we're gonna, give you an extra few days for the last 2 years, and he came out.
Any of those names interest you?
I have not broken that down yet.
Right.
So I just think that they need to be better. I don't know how you protect it because you can't stash a guy in AAA.
Shannon, did we get any updates as far as is Miller going to be having surgery?
Yeah, I asked specifically on that. Yeah. And as of the press conference, the word was, no, he's fine, but we are going to talk to his agent. So I don't know. This is something, I don't think it's gone away. And what happened was that he got, the second shot that he got is something that helped it. How long are you going to do that? I do know that was something that Bryce talked about shortly after he came back. Is probably going to take care of this in the offseason, but maybe he doesn't need to now. We just don't really have absolute clarity on that.
You think Luis Castillo's back next year?
Ooh, I think there's a really good possibility. I mean, his name's been thrown around a lot, and I know that I don't know that you can get the value for him. Mm-hmm. And I know that there is an immense level of trust in him, in that everything is, Brian Wu really held things down, but Luis Castillo was right there with them in terms of that 1 month. He's going to give you 6 outings or 2 stretches a year where you're pulling your hair out, and the rest of the time he is going to be as steady as anybody out there. And I know that with the staff, with, the manager, with the pitching coaches was huge for them.
You rooting for the Dodgers or the Blue Jays in this best of 3?
Rooting for rain.
You can't do it, can you? Neither one of them. Rooting for rain? Well, one of them plays in a dome. The other one plays in Los Angeles.
Domes break.
I don't see that happening. Shannon, thank you for a little extra time spent. It's good to have you in studio. At some point here before January, we'll see if we can get you in for a full hour or so and just kind of hang out and
I'm
talk
glad
baseball.
She didn't have to wear that trash takes bucket hat.
No?
It wouldn't have looked right on her. No.
Are you a bucket hat person? Do you like a good bucket hat?
I'm not a baseball cap person.
No, but this is a bucket
maybe
hat.
the bucket.
Yeah,
probably.
Here, try that on.
No, I'm not putting on
that.
Try
it on. You can put it on. It
put it on.
really good. I put it on every week.
I do like the Oscar the Grouch on the top.
It's all about the trash take. See, it's Salk's trash hat.
Beautiful.
Says it right there.
Yep.
See? For anybody watching, it says, where's the one? There. See? Salk's trash hat.
Yep.
Thanks, Shannon. Any chance we're going to get to talk to Tirico tomorrow? I hope so.
I'm trying, Salk.
I'd really like to talk to
I know
Tirico
you would.
tomorrow.
I know.
I love me some Tirico. It's the best. Just the best.
And all I'm looking at is a Saluki picture every break.
It's just like
more.
more.
These Salukis.
More of the Saluki. You know what a Saluki looks like?
It's a bear, isn't it?
No, it's a dog. It's a beautiful dog.
I didn't know either.
It's an elegant dog.
It's not a bear.
I think there's also a bear.
It's not a bear. I mean, maybe it's also a bear, but it's definitely a dog. It's a nice dog. It's tall and like Mora. It's got long limbs.
Elegant.
We gotta
Elegant.
go. Aloof. We gotta run. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Thank you, Shannon and Brock. Until then, the hay
is in the barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Sean Payton is a bully.
Bump and Stacy.
He went out, tried to bully Russell Wilson on the low.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't care how you feel about Russell Wilson. I think that Sean Payton, he saw an opportunity to take shots at a guy that he felt like wasn't going to say anything back to him. I've heard that he's a decent guy, but in that moment, that was some bully activity right there. Russell, I'm proud of you. Clap back at him and called out some facts, too. So I'm proud of Russell in that moment.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowes.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167, some things have changed, and some things haven't. Using those lanes without a good-to-go account means you'll receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. You'll always pay the lowest toll rate with good-to-go. No change. Carpoolers now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Does a good-to-go pass still save you $2 on every toll? Definitely not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com. Free Flex Passes while supplies last.
At Bible Law Group, we know how important voting is. That's why we're partnering with Seattle's own rock star Aaron Jones to rock the vote Thursday, October 30th at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. Vote and enjoy delicious smash burgers with Aaron and local bands by getting your ticket at bit.ly/BibleRock. If you've misplaced your ballot, don't panic. In Washington, you can still print a provisional ballot online and drop it in any official ballot box by November 4th. When prayer just ain't cutting it for your legal needs, we suggest two things: vote and call Bible Law Group.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports Snapshot.
Cal Raleigh has been named Player of the Year and AL Player of the Year by